Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hi. Congratulations to Awa for getting first. You did so good. You did so good. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. I did add the brioche. I added the bread tag, but I had to get rid. Hey, thank you. I had to get rid of the pancake bunny tag. I don't know. Maybe I should have got rid of uwu. I've never streamed without the uwu tag though. Hi, Hero. Thank you for the bits. Hero Warframe Dojo with lots of trees. Oh my goodness. Not to brag or anything, but I did play a little bit of Warframe yesterday, and I'm just saying, Hero made the made my dojo look pretty awesome. She put some grass down. Pretty pretty freaking cool. How's everyone doing? It looks like your gambling is not going so good. Oog. Fox, this is rigged. Look. Look. Look, it's not rigged, see? Oh, it's rigged. Never mind, it's rigged. Nobody gamble any points. It's kind of cooked. Good morning. Good morning, chatter. Hi, Carrot. Hi, Oza. Hi, Streamlets. Hi, Hero. Hi, Kyrie. Hi, Awa. Hi, Lotus. Oh, wow, Lotus. I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you. My goodness. Do we got some Omori fans in the house? I'm a little bit nervous. I think this is. Oh, hi, Shrimp. I don't know if I said hi to you. I think this is the last Omori stream. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I've never played it, so I don't know for sure. But I think it's really close, if not the final stretch. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. I don't know. I'm scared. It's been the game's been getting kind of scary, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to see what happens. Womp womp. It's okay. We can all hold hands. No spoilers. You can do the final side quests IRL slash or get straight to it. Oh. I assume if you get straight to it without doing the side quests, the game just ends, right? I don't know. I'm a bit of a side quester. So I think I'm gonna do some random I think I'm gonna do some random stuff before doing the main storyline. Just to go back to sleep so since I don't have much going on during Tuesdays. Yo. Well, I hope your sleep is so good. Foster points. No, it's fine. They'll come back surely. Let me tuck in Carrot. You better do the care packages without me being here, or I will get you. Oh my goodness. Don't even worry. I don't have a very good sense of time. You know, I'm not the best at time management, but if I remember, I'll do my best. I'll do my best, surely. Lurk, lurk. Oh my goodness, have such a good work, lurk. Yippee. Nuh-uh. Name one time I've forgotten something. You can't, because it hasn't happened yet. So, egg on your face. But you're feeling real silly right about now. Hold on, I didn't even open Steam up yet. we have to wait for it to load or update. Tee An artist is saying I might have seen your channel and might work on something for you in the background. I can't promise anything though. Whoa! That's so cool. I love artist people. Shout out to all the little artists out there. You're cool as hell. That sounds very cute. Oh my goodness, 55 stream streak. Sheesh. Wow, wowee. Wowee, thank you, Shimp. I'm a little artist and my wrist hurts. Oh, can you like get a cushion for that? I don't know what can you describe your posture when you're doing art? Like do you have a tablet? What if you just What if you... Yeah, I got nothing. Maybe like put some bubble wrap around it? You have a wrist brace? Oh, and it still hurts? Ah, dude, you're cooked. You're cooked. I'm sorry. I haven't really done much digital art. I have a drawing tablet, but I used it to make like a single emote and I do some random little stuff. But I definitely haven't drawn long enough for anything to hurt. Doesn't hurt right now. If I get carpal tunnel, I will die, by the way. No, if you listen to the Fall Out Boy song called The Carpal Tunnel of Love or whatever, then it automatically negates carpal tunnel. So, yeah. Yeah. You're welcome, by the way, for that tip. Hold on, give me a second. Oh my god. This game is scary. Hold on, let me show you. I didn't like that very much. I got Chick-fil-A lemonade. It's strawberry flavored. And Chick-fil-A lemonade has like little lemon pieces in it. So, yeah, pretty freaking cool. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm sorry, Spotify. You gotta go. Um, hold on. Can you see? Sorry, we're getting rid of Eggman and more watermark. It's like making scary noises though. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really vibe with that. I think I'm gonna die. I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. I think the last thing that happened was we were just walking around in faraway lands. No, not Eggman. We don't need him. We don't need him. He's not helping. I think. Why is it so freaky? I really got that one. Oh, okay. It's not freaky anymore. Don't worry, guys. Crisis averted. Um, we're... What are we doing? Basil is in the hospital because his grandma had a medical emergency, I think. And maybe we're helping someone cook dinner. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. I'm trying to remember why it would be so scary. And I really couldn't tell you. Surely walking around the park will help. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, bark, bark. Good boy is I. That's Hector? That's so cute. You're so far away from home. I'm worried. Does she know? What am I supposed to know? I don't think I know. I'm worried because I don't remember my objective. Oh, why is my chat over there? Freaky style. Blue picnic basket. Nothing like Mari's. There's a hobo. Ah, it's you, good lads. I have some wonderful news. By a stroke of fantastical luck, it seems that I have struck gold and won the lottery. Wow. You've been so gracious to me. Please take this as a token of my appreciation. Oh my god, $20! See? Told you I'd pay you back. A yuck. A yuck. Wow, thanks. Wow, thanks. That's so awesome. You just give an example of something you forgot. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I'm sure I could remember if I tried really hard. Dot, 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 dot. Anyway, check this out. We're buying apple juice. Yes, drink apple juice. You'll enjoy it. Yippee! Yeah. A sleek silver scooter. Kim is a lot of talk, but she's got a big heart. And me? I got some big muscles. I like seeing my Tumblr user slowly across the screen. Oh, it's a little... it's like a little bit buried. There they go. Whee! Oh, yuck, I love that. You love that? I don't know, it reminds me of Goofy a little bit. Hey, well, looky here. It's Aubrey and the nerds. Hey, Kim, how's it hanging? Oh, you know. Pretty good, pretty good. My dad said he's gonna take us to a sick party tonight. Should be cool. Aw, yeah, we're gonna party. Aw, that's so cute. I think I have a lot of trash for the trash lady this time. Hello, youngins. I see you have some trash with you. Thanks. I'll be sure to dispose of this properly. Here is $7 for your help. Ho-ho. Ho-ho indeed. The coffee cup that I use is a Christmas one, and it says like ho ho ho, like the pattern all around it. I think it's funnier if you think it's saying oh ho ho, like a silly little laugh. Ah, yeah. Thank you, Awa. A pail and shovel. Aw. Hey, Blurgle. Sorry I was so mean to you before. I think seeing you just caught me by surprise. Though I guess that's a pretty crappy excuse. I like that she's pulling her heart out and Blurgle is just swinging around on the swing. I hope you've been doing okay and stuff. I'm sure everything was really hard for you to deal with. Sometimes I think I was the one that should have been there for you. I don't know if we'll really ever get over Mari's death, but it's okay to take it slow. To allow yourself to feel every emotion. And to have patience. Anyway, I just want you to know that I still care about you and stuff. I've been thinking about this since I saw you, but I think you're looking a little pale. And kind of thin, too. After you move, promise me you'll go outside more often, okay? Aww. That's really sweet. I love how I managed to avoid spoilers for this game by not paying any attention and just yapping about the one thing I know it's fixated on. Space boyfriend. Well, Aphex, I think this is like the end of the game. So I'm a little worried about you being able to avoid spoilers. Dot 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 dot. Hi Gonzalez. Gamble. I think you have to say how much you're gonna gamble. Like if you're gambling all or like 100 or whatnot. Oh, well maybe it's just broken. Maybe it's rigged. The stench of this man is indescribable. How are you liking your new gold watch? It's real gold, I tell ya. Thanks. Last chat in game? Can't believe there's such representation. Are you saying this is you? Is this Oza? Oh dear. Maybe a shower would be excellent. I told my big sister about my crush. She wanted me to show him to her, so we're standing around where he usually hangs out with his friends. When Bebe told me about her crush, I had to see him for myself. So far, he's a no-show, but Bebe told me that we're looking for someone with an obviously fake blonde wig.
Buck the woodchuck is now stuck in his truck because the duck that can cluck now has a gun and is holding him hostage.
Why Why is the duck holding the woodchuck hostage? Oh, that sounds... That... Should we do something about that? Hi, Eyes. How can it go? I'm on the last 2 eps of Death Note, so I gotta finish my own thing. Yo! I hope it ends exactly the way that you want it to, and it's really satisfying. I'm a hobo. I fought against the legendary honey bun user? What is a honey bun user? How do you use a honey bun? Don't you just, like, eat it? Sigh. Bebe has pretty bad taste in guys. Who's gonna look after her when I go back to college? That's so cute. He owes him money and breadcrumbs? Oh, man. This is why you never accept loans. That's pretty rough. Showing your family a picture of your crush is so nerve-wracking. I'm proud of this girl. Do you think waiting at the park to see them in person is more or less nerve-wracking? Because there's always... I don't know. There's always the possibility that the picture does not do, like, real-life justice. And I guess it could go opposite. That, like, they take really good pictures, but they look low-key trapped in person. But I feel like it's usually the other way. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm proud of her too. Life's been kind of stressful lately, but people watching out here helps me put things into perspective. I might make it a habit to come to this park more often. I guess sometimes all it takes to relax is to stop and smell the roses. Wow, good on you, pretty boy. I think that's everything from the park. Olive beanie. Looks like the bus is late today. I wish I remembered what I was supposed to be doing so that I know to avoid that. A water fountain. You can see coins at the bottom. As per usual. Seeing in person is better. My crushes have been terribly unphotogenic, I guess. Yeah. No, I feel like taking pictures of yourself is a bit of an art form. You really got to get the angles and the lighting right. Otherwise, it's just kinda cooked. We're all reading the comic together. Kel's eating that up. Oh. Cute. It's a lot louder in here than it was in the park. A vending machine. A game called Captain Spaceboy's Space Adventure. It costs $1 to play. No. Already played it, already won. I'll play rock, paper, scissors with you though. Hey Blurkle, I've heard that you've been clashing with pet rocks all around town. If you want a real challenge, I know that some folks in the faraway plaza are veterans at pet rocks. 4 of them to be precise. They don't normally challenge newbies, but for you, I'm sure they'll make an exception. You should try to talk to some shop staff and frequent customers in the area. They'll be sure to test your strength to the limit. Okay. Look at all these super rare and expensive trading cards. I want to complete my collection, but I only have $5 on me. Man, it sucks to be a kid. Whoa, what's this? There's a fresh $20 bill in my butt pocket. This is supposed to be my lucky day. Foo-foo-foo-foo. I guess I can afford at least one super rare card today. $25 on one card? Sheesh. I guess he's serious about it. Excuse me. This place is kind of small, but it has lots of old and rare collectibles. People even come all the way from the city to shop here. Wowee. And where are the rock players? Hey, it's you guys again. I'm still working toward earning enough money to move to the city so I can become a big star. Will you help me reach my goal? Anything will help. Oh. I already gave this guy money. I guess you can have $10. I don't know what else to do with it. You have donated $21 to Guitar Guy. I'm almost there. Just a little more and I can leave for the city. Thank you. In return, I'll play you an original song. Thanks. I don't know. I don't think $21 is enough to move to the city. I don't even think it's enough for a rare card. Is that apple juice you have there? That is garbage. Don't drink that stuff. I'm just gonna throw away your apple juice. Ha! That'll show him. Would you like to buy some orange juice? Girl... Well, I guess it's better to have some juice than none. Yes, drink orange juice. You'll enjoy it. I think I'd rather have apple, though. Oh, well. Whoa. Kinda empty in here. Cute. Aw. What a nice little restaurant. Everyone's so happy. I'm right. I take pride in being a musical connoisseur of sorts. If you play a CD on the jukebox over there, I bet I can tell you who the artist or the track is. Oh. That's a fun game. Yeah, you can have my lovely CD. I know this song. This is a cover of Not So Empty House by Tofi. I don't know what that means, but that's cute. Oh hey, there's a pet rock you have there. If you're here, then that must mean you know about the veterans of Faraway Plaza. And if shopkeep sent you, that means you must be pretty good. Well, here I am. Surprised? My real title is Gino, Clash of Josh. Josh? You like to challenge me to a clash? Yeah. In that case, I, Gino, one of the 4 veterans of Faraway Plaza, will show you what it means to be a real pro. Let's get him, little G. Can't wait to see little G. Oh. That is... ugly. He seems like a paper guy. Oh. A scissors guy. Surely he wouldn't do it twice. Yippee! Man, I'm so good at this game. Oh no! It's okay, I just have to win one more time. No! Yes, we did it, Luigi. Huh. Well, you can't win them all. You tried, and that's what matters. Wait, can I didn't know I could try again. Okay, let me try again, please. I wonder if he does the same attacks. Oh, he doesn't. What does that mean for me then? Means I'm cooked, I guess. Yippee! No. Maybe the method is just to spam scissors. Like, constantly. Yippee! Lil G! Lil G! Speak to me! Oh wait, you can't do that, can you? Well, that was a real doozy. Congrats on your end though, Challenger. You and your pet rock did great. Maybe some of the other veterans would give you a bit more of a fight. That sounds cute. Can I work a job if I'm in a group of 4? So, I see you are peeking at that help wanted poster that I put there. Are you interested in a job? Okay, well, maybe not right now. Maybe not with all my friends here. I wonder if there's any merit to doing a job other than getting money. I feel like I don't really need money for anything in particular. I love bananas so much. I could stare at them all day. Oh. Well, that's nice. Not much going on here. I have one job and it's to sell meat. I already have meat from last time. I hope we meet again. Let me know what to do with it. I wonder what I should cook for my daughters tonight. Although, I don't cook very often, so maybe I should opt for takeout. I could take this job because it doesn't really require leaving the area. Maybe the other one doesn't require leaving the area. Maybe it teleports you there. I don't really remember. Oh, you're gonna take this job? That's cool. I'll just go hang out somewhere else in the meantime. See you soon, Borgle. Wouldn't it be cuter if we all worked together? I give you a weapon. You kill flies, okay? Okay. Sure. Now go! Wow, he's real angry. When Top Banana comes on screen, I'm Messy Hair Man. When Top Banana comes on screen. Now, what do you mean by that? If you notice in my tags, I'm Top Banana. So, are you saying that's how you're feeling right now? Oh my goodness, come here. You're so wiggly. Yes! Yo! Wait, that's cute. Aw, shucks. Is your hair messy right now? Be honest. Mine would be a little messy. I brushed it this morning. But I took off my headset and put it back on a few times, and I think it tingled my hair just a touch. It really do be like that sometimes. Oh my goodness. Calm down. None of these are multi-target. Guess we gotta get them one at a time. Odyssey Simulator! Wait, it's kind of awesome. Do you think he enters a battle every time he sees like an ant? Sorry. He slapped himself in the face. Wow. Maybe he needs to drink some more juice. Okay, I think I got all the flies. Good job. Got $20. Yippee! Hey, Blurgle. How'd you do? While you were working, I decided to sit on a bench and talk to strangers. Man, that was fun. Well, I'm ready to go when you are. What do the other two kids do? Of course, he is a pro insect hunter. Is he? I know he doesn't like them. I didn't know he was a professional, though. That's pretty impressive. Welcome to our family bakery. What would you like? Whoa. A slice of cake is $30. It's worth it. I want 3. Thank you. Come back again. Wow, $30 for one slice is pretty insane. For like a grocery store bakery. I feel like for $30 you should get the whole cake. But maybe it's exciting. Fresh bread. Fresh bread. Would you like some fresh bread? Wait, these are the unbread twins. They're like real world counterparts. They're so cute. Hello, Ryan. How's it going? Hi. We've been running this bakery for 4 generations, ever since my mom sailed here from across the sea. I hope one day my children will be able to carry on the tradition. Oh, sorry. I'm managing this bakery. It would mean the world to me and my husband. Yeah, I think everything else is pretty much the same. I don't think I really need to buy any candy. It sure is cute here, though. I like all the patterns. And the colors. And the music. There's so many types of tamales on the market now. I don't need any of that fancy stuff. Canned tamales are good enough for me. Yeah, you tell him. Yeah, you tell him. Alright, we got chocolate. I don't really remember what that's from. 3 cake slices and some orange juice. The orange juice was truly made from the freshest of oranges. It didn't really heal him. But that's okay. Maybe it's not about the healing. Maybe it's about just enjoying someone's juice. I see you're still showing off your pet rock there. I don't normally whip out my pet rock during work hours. You must be really good if shopkeep sent you. Are you ready for a real challenge? Okay. As one of the 4 veterans of Faraway Plaza, I have a reputation to uphold. If you're asking for a clash, I won't be going down so easy. But this is only the second one. I don't know where the other 2 would be. Oh, this is a healthy little creature, huh? You look like you would go scissors. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it. Scissors twice in a row, huh? Yippee! Oh no! Hmm. I wonder if they go in a certain order, if it's the same every time. Oh, yeah. Guys, are we down for one last TTS to finish up the Space Boyfriend saga? Oh my god. Oh my god, of course we are. I low-key don't remember what happened in the last bit of the saga. No way. This must be some sort of mistake. But Terry, how could we lose? Sigh. Whatever. Back to work it is. Wait, I like this work. Let me do this job. Let me do this job. I like sorting. Wow, Blurgle, you're taking jobs now? Look at you all grown up. In that case, we'll come back for you later. Work hard. It's our last day all together and I'm working. And they're not even keeping me company. This is just unfortunate. Okay. Don't worry, you don't have to explain it. I know how to do this. So full. Hammer. Tape. Oh yeah.
Hey dude, can we not go out at night?
Listening.
Oh, well listen, I wasn't gonna tell you but it's Space boyfriend. Space broke up with him so he doesn't want to see them right now. Yeah,
No.
apparently they said he wasn't showing up for them
Space
enough.
broke up with him.
That's bull. Don't they get he literally has to build a rocket every time he wants to visit?
Ooh.
Anyway, he's been depressed for days. Wanted to change his name to SpaceX but I told him that's a bad idea. Might set him up with the ocean, but he's allergic to fish so.
Yo! Wait, that's really cute. I like the SpaceX joke. Oh, wait, so who is... So, who is speaking? Are you saying that Space Boyfriend is so... like... whiny? That whoever is speaking doesn't even want to go out at night because they know Space ex-boyfriend will be there just yearning. They want to be far away from the yearning. I think that's kind of awesome. Man, I'm so good at knowing what tools are. Jeez. Oh yeah, that tape wall is looking pretty good. No, it says friends changing planes to hang out in the morning instead. So you don't have to see space every time he looks up. Oh! Oh, I misunderstood completely. Wait, that's so cute. That is considerate, actually. I thought it was just like, oh, yeah. Sorry, we can't go to the park at night because, like, Jerry hangs out there and mopes, and, like, we just really don't want to deal with Jerry. I thought it was like that. Kimball 35%. What you won? You might be one of the only people that won today so far. So far, the numbers are not looking so good as far as gambling goes. But I'm glad you got something. True. I put the saw there? I didn't really mean to do that, but that's okay. Okay. But so... we're so almost there. Oh yeah, look at this beautiful orange wall. I think he's gonna be pretty happy with the ocean. He can take him to the fish allergy, it's fine. I don't know. I know you can take meds for allergies for some things. Like, I have some friends that are allergic to cats and they just can take, like, a little Benadryl or something. But I think if you have, like, I don't know. I feel like shellfish allergy might be more serious. Maybe, perhaps. Or like if you have a peanut allergy. I don't know. Any sort of food allergy, I feel like those are more serious. Oh, look at how beautiful this is. Sheesh. Story, hi Mixo. Real Anchu. Personally not a fan of this minigame, it just seems tedious. Really? I like this one a lot. I think my least favorite one is the fly swatter one. I just don't like fighting flies. Oh my god, $30. Sheesh! He's not eating them. Not in front of ocean, that's for sure. Her pets! Yeah, but what if he goes to kiss the ocean? And then he's gotta go to the ER. While you were working, I decided to play some basketball at the park. Man, that was fun. Well, I'm ready to go when you are. Did you all play basketball at the park, or was it just you all went your separate ways like weirdos? Audio's getting funky again. Oh. Did it fix itself? Did it fix itself? It's supposed to just fix itself after a while. Worse! Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Okay, what about now? Love this concept of a normal guy whose ideal type is his forces of nature. I think that's pretty based. Fixed? Okay. It looks like it's a little loud. I'll turn it down a smidge. Okay, looking good. And there's supposed to be 2 other Pet Rock veterans around here, and I'm not seeing them. Feeling a little lied to. Maybe doing the pizza job will help. I guess it's good to get all the jobs out of the way, so I have all the money available for wherever I'm going. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news? I'll just start with the good news. So the good news is, we got 3 different pizza orders today. The bad news is, our delivery boy suddenly called in sick yet again. Okay, wait, I already read this. We're just gonna have to read some goofy little notes. I will not leave for real because spoilers, but just know that see boyfriend is having the time of his life right now. Oh my god. I'm so happy for him. That's so cute. Okay, give me uniform. Man. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for being a delivery driver. But I feel like I would want a friend to just sit in the passenger seat. I think that'd be kind of awesome. Well, I don't know why my friends aren't doing that. Take this pizza down the street to the house with the purple rug and the brick front. Purple rug. Oh, like a doormat. Who calls this a rug? Okay, brick and purple. It's gotta be this one. Pizza delivery. Thanks. Against all odds, you have successfully delivered the pizza. Time to move to the next order. Ah, what a nice little bell. Take this pizza down the street to the house with the grill. Grill on the right side. Does that say grill? This doesn't really look like an R, but I feel like that has to say grill. Grill on the right side. And the birds in the yard. Birds, what? Birdhrus. Birds in the yard. I don't know what else would be in the yard. It's, okay. Bins, maybe? There's too many extra letters. Oh well, I guess I'll look for a grill on the right side and hope the other thing becomes obvious. I don't see any grills on any side. Oh, bird house in the yard. It's gotta be this. Birdhouse in the yard and grill on the right side. Yeah. Pizza delivery. Hey. Wow, you guys came sooner than I thought. Thank you, delivery boy. Against all odds, you have successfully delivered the pizza. Time to move on? Alright, I think this is the last one. This pizza goes to the house with the garbage in the front and the dark red door. Dark red. Dark red plus garbage. No red so far. That's a dark red door. I don't know if garbage in the front means like the bins or like actual garbage. This place is pretty clean though. Besides the tires. Maybe it was the other one. Can't leave without delivering pizza first. Wow, that's a lot of little toy cars. Cute. Alright. That's not dark red. It does have garbage though. I feel like dark is... It's too specific. It's gotta be like actually dark. I don't know if I call that dark. It's darker than the other thing. This one's surely the darkest, and you could argue that there's garbage here. Pizza delivery. Delicious, delicious pizza. I'm coming for you, baby. That's all of them. Time to head back. Hey, newbie. He's just the guy I wanted to see. According to some recent feedback, it seems that your customer satisfaction rating is 10 out of 10. Anyway, here's some monies. Maybe you can use it to buy some pizza. Well, yo, I got an achievement for getting a perfect score on that. I guess other times I fumbled. Okay. Did lots of work. Got $68. Could have been just $1 more and $1 less, but you know. Fine, I suppose. I want more pet rock people. Hold on a second. I want to buy a drink. No, not this one. What? You're buying soda, but you're passing on good old Orange Joe? How could you? Ew, you still drink Orange Joe? It's so grossly sweet. Like it was made for babies. Oh yeah? If it was made for babies, why would it contain 150 milligrams of caffeine per can? Tisk tisk. Do your research, Aubrey. Whatever. Everyone knows Orange Joe tastes putrid. Probably the only person in the world who buys this crap. Well, now you're getting personal. How dare you insult my dear friend Orange Joe? When was the last time you even tried it? Ugh, I'll show you. Kel, what are you doing? Make her buy that. Hey, this kin's design is from like 5 years ago, and it's expired. I told you, no one buys this stuff. Worry not, my dear friend Orange Joe. No matter what, I'll still drink you. Delicious. You're gross. Hey. And you owe me $1. Yeah. I'll give it to you later. She didn't even get any soda pop after all that. After all that fussing. Aubrey and Foster twins? What do you mean? What do you mean by that, huh? Hello, youngins. I see you have some trash with you. Thanks, I'll be sure to dispose of this properly. Oh my god, I got $1. Surely Aubrey can have that. Okay. Did my task. I guess I could do some tutoring if that's still an option. And then I don't remember what the plot is. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go to the treehouse. Hello, miss. How are you going? And change my name. It's Ghost Wolf. Hi, Wolf. It's so good to see you. I like your new name. Shadow Wolf is really cute. All pink hairs look the same to me. Yo! Her hair is like dark pink. Like, I don't know what you call this. I guess in the sprite it doesn't look as dark. But like in the portrait it does. Like this is like the same color as your Twitch username. Completely different. Knock knock. No response. Oh hum. I'm going good, sure, thank you. How are you going? I'm going good. I'm so good. I've got lemonade flow today. And I'm playing a nice game. So really, I can't complain. Is this a tutor house? Or do they just leave their front door locked? Wait, it's so cute in here. An ornate houseplant adds a nice touch of color to the room. There's so many. Ooh, yum. Yum indeed. What's your guys' favorite lemonade? I think raspberry is my favorite, but you know, strawberry's good too. Blueberry is just okay. I'm not the biggest fan of blueberry, but I would still drink it. I don't know. I don't think there's any bad lemonades. Oh, this is Kim's room, I think. Yeah. Yeah. My goodness, hi. That was like that time we... Yeah. And then, honestly, I think that... Yes, definitely. As I was saying, can you believe? Enter... But then... Oh, they're having like a parent-teacher conference. Wow, they were so unbothered by me showing up. I'd be like, what the heck is wrong with you? Yoga. I love yoga. Having a whole room for just yoga sounds kind of exciting. I don't know Fizz lemonade. It's a cheap drink. Fizz lemonade. Is it like carbonated? I haven't heard of that one. I don't know if I've ever had carbonated lemonade before. We found a coin. Sheesh. I love finding coins. It's because it's a New Zealand company. Only student sold in New Zealand. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Sigh. That boy just ain't gonna quit. I don't know what boy he's talking about. Presumably his son. Photo of a stranger? Okay. We're just for real snooping, huh? Language. Oh, is this the tutoring? The book class has been cleared out. My big brother Michael told me he's leaving home today to become a musician. I wasn't supposed to, but I accidentally told Dad about it. Hope Michael won't be mad at me. Oh. Man, moving away without saying anything is pretty rough. It's called Value? That's the brand. They do cheap stuff, every food product, basically. Huh. Well... I can't say I don't like cheap food. I'm trying to think. I think in the United States, the like cheap lemonade brand is maybe Minute Maid. I'm not the biggest fan of that one, because it's like a little too sweet. But you know, I'd rather have too sweet lemonade than no lemonade at all, I guess. Oh, I see you've made friends. Hello, welcome. You're all so nice to visit a lonely old lady on such a nice day. I'm sure there are much better things you could be doing with your time. I don't really know what I'm doing here either. I'm just snooping around. Everyone has the same bathroom layout. Location. There's a love letter on this table. What could it be for? Wait, if there's a love letter here... There's a creepy guy down here? Oh my god, he is. Hi. Step back, you omnipotent worm. I almost maimed you. My condolences. My time in the arena has left me on the edge. I'm a bit of a gladiator, as it were. Ah, I remember my days in the Constable. How I perpetuated my powers of impunity on the unsuspecting combatants that decided to traverse their souls into the barest of my... bleh. No hands. I need not the shelter of a mighty utensil, but the beret of the crowd as they erode for more. Just be careful around me. I'm dangerous. That's wonderful. You can get New Zealand food online. You can get shipped to USA. Really? I bet that's kind of expensive. But if I were to do that, I would definitely get some candy or something. I love when old ladies refer to themselves as such. Yeah, that's gonna be me. I feel like it's so cute to be like, I am an old lady. Truly the dream. Mm. Well, this is Basil's house. At least nothing is like in disarray. Nothing's weird about the mirror either. Oh, I'm just an old lady over here. Oh, don't you know? God, that's truly the dream. He's not dangerous. He probably doesn't know what dangerous is. Yeah. I don't know. Kind of a goober. Basil's lived with his grandma since he was a toddler. His parents always seem to be too busy. I've only ever seen them once. Oh, I kind of imagined they were dead or like lived far away. That's kind of sad. He doesn't know what omnipotent is either. Yeah, I think he just found some random words that he liked and then just sprinkled them in that conversation. That was weird. Knock knock. No response. Knock knock. No response. Oh, this one I didn't even knock. Oh wait, I think I talked to her before. I think I brought her dog home. Ah woo! Arf arf arf. Hi, cute. Hey, have you guys seen my idiot little brother, Angel? I gave him some money and sent him out on some errands this morning, but he hasn't come back yet. Knowing him, he probably just forgot. If you find him, could you check up on him? Tell him his sister is growing impatient. Oh, sorry. A big fishbowl. There's at least 2 goldfish in there. They look healthy. I come from a rough background, so I can't stay on Twitch. I can say some stuff, but I have to be shoot about it? Oh. Well, that's okay. Maybe don't talk about anything too crazy serious. I don't know. I'm sorry it's like that for you, though. This bed is on the floor. You are not sure how to rate this. Well, I think you have to, like, see if it's comfy before you can rate it. I think it looks awesome, but I guess if it's a thin little mattress with no support, that might suck. An unfinished painting. Oh wait, these are so pretty. Jeez. I changed my life around? Ah, that's good. I'm very glad to hear that. Yo, washer and dryer in the bathroom. That's so awesome. I guess it'd be really nice to just, like, take a shower and put your clothes directly in the washer. This bed is a little on the soft side, but overall not too bad. Is Lurgle a bed inspector? I don't know. I feel like I've tried to click on beds before and it didn't give ratings like this. I don't know. I don't know why this house is different, but I guess he's feeling himself. You'd rate it a 7 out of 10? Really? That's a 7? Oh, I thought it was at least a 8. Okay. Do you want to look through faux facts? By Angel, wait, that's cute. I'm artist, scary, #1 predator. Must be his sister. We must have reached that rank. I'm so proud. Kel. Stupid, smelly, stinky poop. Ew. Yay or something. I don't know. This doesn't look like a faux drawing. Like, I see that he wrote smelly and stinky, but he drew him really cute with flowers. Knife, quiet, mystery. Huh? Is that Blorgle? Whose dog did he kill? Thank you for reading. I don't know about this one. This last one's kind of unsettling. Checkerboard. Alright. Good to know. Well, I guess it's time to find the tree house. Oh, this is Aubrey's house. The music is so scary in here. Really on edge in Aubrey's house, huh? Bun. Aubrey's bed. Oh, see, we're not inspecting this one. I wonder if there's boxes blocking this door. I wonder if that was supposed to be the mom's room? She, like, can't get to it anymore? Anyways. Knock, knock. No response. Party. Hello. Thank you for all your help again. You're such genuinely nice people. See you at the party tonight. We'll be waiting for you. Oh. I thought maybe time had passed. Session hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, Wolfie. I'm almost out of lemonade. I'll have to get some more. Ugh. No response. I imagine there's nothing going on at church. Oh my god, hi. Mincy is diligently sketching away. Well, sketching in a church sounds kind of fun. I'm afraid we won't be holding a sermon today, but feel free to use this place to collect your thoughts. Everyone is welcome here. Is this an omori piano? Oh, it is! The word omori is etched across the center. Wow. OMG, you narrowly avoided character out because of Wolfie. Shoot, I forgot about that. Yeah, you right. Yeah, you right. Our dearest Mari. The sun shined brighter when she was here. This grave could use some flowers. Do I have them? Yeah. Hey, Mari. It's me again. Borgle, Kel, and Hero are with me this time. Do you visit Mari's grave a lot, Aubrey? Yeah, I try to, although some days it's a little hard. You guys visit sometimes too, don't you? Every now and then. But maybe I should have visited more often. Hey, Hero. How are you feeling? I'm okay. I'm glad we're all here to see her. Hey, Mari. I'm sorry I haven't visited you yet. I was being selfish, I think. It's been so long, but I still miss you more than ever. I'm I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm just really sorry. Hero, you don't have to be so hard on yourself. Yeah, we're here for you if you ever need us. Thanks, guys. Don't worry about me too much, okay? Here, this is for you, Mari. From all of us. Oh, pretty. The spirits have been howling all day. I pray for this neighborhood. Someone will be grieving tonight. Someone will be grieving tonight. What does that mean? So ominous. Okay. Near the treehouse. Knock knock. There's no response. Gonna get ready for the day. Have a good night. Thank you. I hope you have a great day, Woofy. Oh. All American guys' eyes are fixated on the TV. Number 85 was wide open. What kind of pass was that? We've got some trash here. Let me help you with that. Okay. Normal looking house. I do not remember All American Guy. The last pie I baked smelled a little strange when I took it out of the oven. I hope I'm not losing my touch. Well, good luck with that. I wonder whose room, or like whose house this is. Green juice in a can. A big seashell. If you hold a seashell up to your ear, you can hear the ocean. A mirror. Green juice in a can. Aw, cute. Big seashell. Hey, Kellen Blurgle. If you see any seashells, can you bring them to me? They're kind of hard to find around here, but I'll make sure it's worth it. Oh, I haven't found any seashells yet. I don't even know where they would be. I feel like I've been everywhere in this town. Maybe there's one for sale. TV remote. Best not touch it. These are prone to getting lost. Oh, so cute. So cute! Kellen Hero's family photo. What a good looking family. Chewy. Chewy, so cute, so cute. A lot of ripped up stuffed animals. I guess Hector is a little rough. Wait. That fish has the same singing voice as the guy I gave $21 to. Sheesh. Bunch of family photos. Kosher has a lot of relatives. Sally's cradle. There's a little plane mobile hanging above it. Aww. I wonder where the family is. Must be out and about. Why does it look like that? Oh, there's a spider on his trophy. I see. What's wrong, Hero? Oh, I know. There must be a spider in this room. Don't worry, Hero, I got you. Now where is that pesky little... Aha! I got you now. Ah! It's alright now, Hero. You can take it easy. Spider's gone. Thank God he killed it. Spider guts everywhere, I bet. Sorry. Fox killing a spider! Yo, I didn't kill it. That was Kel. That was Kel. I'm much more the type to take him outside. Because that's nice. But also... because I really don't want spider juices everywhere. Show it to me. Huh? Do you say something, Hero? Show me the spider. He looks crazy. Oh, that's right. Here, look. See? It's really dead. You didn't stop it. How was I supposed to stop it? They didn't give me the option. Look, I can't move around. I can't move around at all. All I can do is press C to continue the dialogue. Goodness. I'm going to go flush it down the toilet now, okay? Wow, Hero really is scared. And I'm back. But the spider is gone. It's like magic. Thank goodness. Hero, I feel like your fear of spiders has gotten worse. You should really try to work on that. What if a spider shows up when I'm not here? You really think that could happen? Man, Hero. This is one of those rare times where I feel like the big brother. Cute. Is Blurkle playing by himself? And then Kel is taking a nap, and the other two are just cheering him on? That's so cute. I thought maybe they would all play together. Kel's bed, always a mess. Hero's bed, perfectly made, just like Hero. We really are bed inspectors. Alright. Ready to go. Oh. Looks like the sun is about to set. Do you want to go see the treehouse now, Blurkle? Let me make sure I don't have anything. I still have trash. Wait, Koi needs to make wishes. Wait, maybe I'll go make a wish. I don't really know what that does, but it sounds real cute. Oh, I also need to figure out where the other two pet rock people are. Would you like to throw a coin into the fountain? Yes! The coin fell straight to the bottom. I thought maybe we could get to hear somebody make a wish. But maybe I was supposed to make a wish. I wish that everyone has really good weather today. Hey Angel, your sister's looking for you. She said she sent you out on some errands earlier today. Huh? Errands? What errands? Oh, crap. I forgot I was supposed to buy some art supplies for her this morning. Uh-oh. So that's why I had that money in my pocket. Oops. Wait, that's so cute. Hey, when you were talking to my sister, did she look angry? I don't really remember her looking angry. She sounded angry though, so I think I'm gonna say yes. She did? Should I bother going back home then? Is it even worth it at this point? Ah! No, if I keep running away, it'll only make things worse. Come on, Angel. You have to face your fears head on. Onward, Angel. You can do this. Wah! Oh, bye, Angel. Oh my god, chill CD. Can I buy all these CDs? Oh, you only get one. Okay, we got chill, brutal, celestial, or dynamic. I think I already have dynamic, maybe. I think chill sounds nice. Thanks, champs. You can get a CD a try in the jukebox next door. Can I buy all that? I guess you just have to do them one at a time. Surely the jukebox will be so happy if I buy all the CDs for it. I mean, that's what money's for, right? She didn't say anything about the rock competition. You inserted the dynamic CD into Gino's jukebox. And the chill one. And the brutal one. And the celestial one. Yippee! This does not sound chill. What is this called? This is a cover of Lost at Sleepover by Omni Boy. Audio broke! Oh, hell nah. I mean, it sounds a little broken, just regular style. Fixed? Oh. I really don't know what the issue is. I would not call this chill whatsoever. This is like kind of hype. Dynamic. Oh. That sounds so chill. Tired? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. This is a cover of Good for Health, Bad for Imagination by Voix. Cute, I like this one. Brutal. Ah! I know this song. This is a cover of Underwater Prom Queens by Banshee. Why is this called Brutal? This sounds awesome. Let me in there. Underwater Prom. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Underwater Prom Queens. Get me in there. Well, let me add that to my bangers playlist. It's cute. Okay. That lemonade isn't good enough to keep you energized? What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, it doesn't have caffeine in it. But I don't really have caffeine every day. I think I'm just unrelated tired. But not that much. Don't worry. Okay, what about Celestial? There's like birds tweeting. This is a cover of White Space by Clover and Sea Life. Or maybe it's Sea Life, not Seal Life. This one is quite pretty as well. Omori. White Space. This one? No, this isn't even like the right thing. This sounds completely different. Clover and Sea Life. Clover. And Sea Life. I keep reading their name as a rat. That's kind of awesome. It's a cover. Is a cover not on Spotify? This is so messed up. I thought it sounded so pretty. I'm not searching the right name. Search the CD name. There's nothing for Celestial CD. Help. I just love the 50s. Maybe it's just not on Spotify. Thanks, Rat. It's okay. The brutal one was on there, and I liked that one a little better anyway. Spotify more like Shitify. Listen. I prepaid for multiple months of it. So, whether we like it or not, that's what I got. But you'll buy anything you don't want. What? Oh my god, do you want my gold watch? I'm rich! I don't know, buying some kids chocolate, even if it's only for $1, is kind of strange. I would not buy a pawned off chocolate bar. Personally. Where are the other rock veterans? I wonder if I can give him enough money that he leaves for the city. Whoa, thank you for everything. That last donation? Looks like I'll finally be able to leave town. I don't think I have much to pack, so I'll probably be leaving pretty soon. Wait, that's awesome. I should say goodbye to everyone, but I don't even know how I'm gonna break it to my dad. Probably let my little sister Joy know first. Wait, he already told his little sister that he was leaving. I didn't realize it was the same guy. Today's the day. I'm finally leaving town to become a musician. All those big words I said about making it as a star, I'm gonna follow through with that and try my best in the big city. Wish me luck. Good luck. Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you again. It's because you don't like chocolate enough? Oh, maybe that's true. I'm not the biggest chocolate enjoyer, but I like it every now and then. I need more people to play Pet Rocks with me so that I can progress the story, knowing I did everything I could. Do you play Pet Rocks? Hi, it's me, the happy and cheery Miss Candace. What would you like today, Smiley Smiley? Well, since I have all this money, I might as well buy everything. Please come again. Or else. Candy sounds so good. Oh my goodness. Broke Mori, look, yo, I have $113. I sold a genuine gold watch. Pretty freaking cool, huh? Yeah, see, look, I didn't even need healing items. I'm just feeling that generous today. You become broke as you're buying all? Nuh-uh. He'll never be broke because look at how much cool stuff he has. Does anybody want to clash Pet Rocks? Fish. A cat's favorite food. Here you go. You do? I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I don't even know what I just said, so I don't know what you're saying I do in response to. I don't know what to do with this meat. I think the fish I was supposed to give to a kitty cat earlier. I think I already did that. I really couldn't tell you what meat is for. Pet Rock's a euphemism? Can you tell me what that would be a euphemism for? Ugh. I think you said, does anyone want to put Clash Pet Rocks? Oh! Wait, that'd be kind of awesome. I don't know where my pet rock is. He used to live in my computer case, but I really don't know what happened to him. If anybody's seen a little ladybug painted rock named Gerald, please let me know. I miss him. You know exactly what it's a U for? Wink? I don't have rocks. I'm a girl, so I don't have anything to clash, unfortunately. Expected. I don't know what you're talking about either. Oh, well, you gotta stop glazing Zora. He doesn't need that. Stop being a freak, it's just cute rocks. I'm not being a freak, I'm just engaging with my chat. Everyone has rocks. Yeah, I really don't know what you're talking about. If you're feeling stressed, may I suggest some tea? Real Grey and chamomile are good, but boba's my favorite. Sheesh. I would like boba, that would be nice. What are rocks? How do I clash them? I don't know. Try your best, I guess. My fault for freaking it up. Or sorry. Would you pronounce that as freak? Freaking it up, freaky style. It's okay. We all forgive you. I love bananas so much. I could stare at them all day. I don't know who else is supposed to clash rocks. Teehee, I'm a banana. Wow. That is so awesome. How's that going? You like that? I'm trying to clash rocks so hard. I believe in you. You can do it. Maybe there's someone in here. Surely like all the dads at the local Home Depot want to clash rocks. Maybe, perhaps. Oh, it's so peaceful here. I would take a nap here. Hello. Here. This is for you. A flower clip! That's so cute! What do you have? Weapon hands. Charm pet rock. I need that. Kel's pet rock. Okay, well, you need that. Pinwheel? That's pretty cute. You can have a flower clip. I like pinwheels. I haven't seen them in a while. You can have the pinwheel. Or do you think he wants a fedora? It's going so well. I'm not ripe anymore. Maybe I'll be banana bread soon. You're not ripe anymore. You mean like you're overripe? I feel like overripe still counts as ripe. In a way. Put a fedora on her? No, I think she'll kill me. I'll put one on Hero though. Surely he eats that up. I don't know where... I don't know where my opponents are though. Look, I made the shelf so pretty. Pretty cool, huh? I'm trying to think. Is banana bread better than banana? Maybe. I think if you're going bite for bite, banana bread is better. But if you're considering the whole thing, I think a banana is better. Cause like after a few bites, banana bread just gets too sweet, and you can't eat it all. But like you could definitely eat a full banana. Here you go. You want some trash? Oh my god, thank you so much. Guys, how am I ever gonna be the pet rock champion if nobody even has pet rocks around here? You don't like banana bread, really? I don't like banana bread if it has nuts in it very much. But one time my friend made banana bread with chocolate chips in it. That was so good. Have you pet rocks so far? I'll show you. There's a guy in the pizza restaurant. This guy. And then there was another guy. I think it was the like hardware store. I think it was this guy. I think it's just those two. But the hobby mart guy said there was 4 of them. There's like 4 veterans. But nobody else has a rock icon. I said there's more. Where are they? Where are they? I went into every single person's house too. You're becoming something you don't like? My condolences. My goodness. That's deep as hell. But it's okay. There's always people who will like banana bread. Drink orange juice, you'll enjoy it. I will. I will, I suppose. I wish he would just tell me who the other people are. Look, I got so much garbage now. I feel so fulfilled. Yippee. You want a slice of cake? Yeah, there you go. Hope you pawn that off to someone really awesome. This place is kind of small, but it has lots of old and rare collectibles. And why don't you have a rock? I think it's Gino Mando Curtsy and Hobbies shopkeeper. Okay, well, I did Gino. I feel like I did the shopkeeper, but I'm not 100% sure. Who is this? Is this Mando? This is Fix-It guy. really sure if I know who Mando and Curtsy are. If I did it and I forgot, would it tell me that is Mando? Is this Curtsy? This is Miss Candace. Well, yeah, that's all I got. Oh, hello there. I see. You're oh my god. You're carrying a pet rock, so that means you want to clash. You should even have a rock icon. I'll have you know, us veterans are a bit tougher than your normal players. You still want to challenge me? Yeah. Okay. Come on, Octaco. Let's show them what it means to be a veteran. It's so cute. You look like a paper sort of fella. You found it? Well, I was just following instructions. I feel like Curtsy has to be something from a candy shop, right? Um, erm. It's so cute. Octaco, do you like it? I think this is the best one I've seen so far. You're doing so good. I can't say that when I'm losing. I get it, because taco means octopus? Like takoyaki? Hold on, let me try that again. Good effort. You fought well, but I've been clashing alongside Octaco for years. Just keep practicing, you'll get better, I promise. She does have the icon. I guess I just missed it. She's so cute. Oh, to be in a candy store. Should I try doing Beetle Build against her? Okay. Okay, I will. I'll try my best. I will not sell all my beetles this time. Choco Taco? Ah! She's so good at this. Have you had a Choco Taco before? I've seen them like in the... Wow, that sucks. I've seen them in like the ice cream trucks, but I've never got one. I'm just not a chocolate girly. I think at ice cream trucks, I like the little push pops. Like the orange ones. Those go crazy. Or the rocket pops. Like the red, white, and blue ones. I don't know. I like things that are fruity sweet a lot better than chocolate sweet. Maybe I should have been paying attention to what she's doing. I feel like she's doing a lot of scissors. Maybe. Scissors and rocks. Maybe I go paper. You're gonna go crazy. It's so over. It's so over. What counters Beetle build? Undead? I think she's countering me like crazy. Rocket Pops are so good. They are. I like them. I haven't had one in a long time. But I like them a lot. Surely she won't expect me for 3 times in a row. You think so? I can't even go 3 times in a row because she gets the combo off. Is this a rock moment? This is the fanciest rock I've ever seen. Bro, don't say that in front of my little grumble. I'm a rock, paper, scissors god? Yo! That is not true. I'll beat you any day of the week. Hello, Big Papa! How's it going? I hope work is well. I like the noise it makes. Ugh. Maybe spamming rock is like actually the play. You won't even come close? Man, in Slay the Spire, I feel like I always win the rock, paper, scissors. Have a late meeting tonight. Eating a late lunch slash early dinner. Wait, what's for late lunch, early dinner? That sounds nice. I want candy dinner. Wait, I'm kind of doing okay. I think spamming rock is the move. That's not even real. You don't even win. I think I win like 80% of the time. I think I can remember you winning twice, but I remember me winning like 8 times. So I don't really know what you're talking about. Aw, man. I think she learned my strat. We're going off your memory. I'm doomed from the start. Hey! No, I said I remember you winning twice. How do you always rock, paper, scissors? If you're both always rocks? Well, I think it's about adapting and improvising and overcoming, perhaps. Crimson. Crimson dessert for dinner? What would a crimson dessert be? Red velvet cake? Is that crimson? I think it's the most crimson thing I can think of. My rock will give you a candy cane if you let me win. Shoot. That might work on me. That might work on me. I would love some candy. But also, how do I let you win? By me, like,
I am
letting
having
you
a
win
little bowl of beef potatoes, cheese,
means
and
that
some
I'm really
salsa.
good.
Been eating
Good
semi-decently
enough
since
to
I'm
know
back in the
you'd go
gym.
and, like, go against
Speaking of
it.
eating decently, I spent some time thinking about other cultures and how they look at food.
Aww.
During some quick research, I found out that the French eat snails. Honestly, good for them. I also
Yo, we
hate
were
fast
talking
food.
about escargot the other day. Thank you. Thank you, Big Papa. That was... I would give that one a 6, I think. 95% of a red velvet cake. Sheesh. That sounds so good. My goodness, I want sweets so bad. Snails are girl dinner? Are snails girl dinner? I don't think snails really counts as girl dinner. You'd have to have like snails and some beetles and a banana. And then it's girl dinner. But I don't think girl dinner can be just one thing. Okay, I'm gonna go scissors because I think I keep getting countered with paper. Yo, how does she know? How does she know? Ugh. This girl's eating snails. Oh, okay. Happy for all the girls out there. Ugh, man. Paper, 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 paper. Okay. She's gotten scissors before. Look, you're throwing. You're throwing. You're so bad at rock, paper, scissors. Snails and beetles are girl dinner. And a banana. Don't forget the banana. I think girl dinner has to be at least 3 components. You know? I think girl dinner is like, I don't know, when you've got 8 different leftovers in the fridge and you just like eat it all. Only go paper and thank me later? Okay. Well, I messed up the first one. From here on out, I'll do that. The bird dinner? I think being a bird would be fun. Snails, beetles, red velvet cake, and gamer subs. Oh my goodness. I'm almost out of gamer subs. That's why I got lemonade. It's so over for me. Go on without me. And they just had a sale too. And I was like, oh, I have enough. But, you know, these are the lies we tell ourselves. Well, that worked. Shout out to Paper Build. Yeah. Beatles to everyone. We lost? Wow. I'm really shocked. I guess Shopkeep was right to send you to us. You seem to have a lot of potential. I'm sure you'll go far. Wow. She's such a good sport. Lost like 8 times and she was so friendly about it. Okay. Do you think if I go back to the hobby guy, he'll be really proud of me? Oh my goodness. Hello. It wasn't really supposed to work? Oh. Well, you know. Well, it did, and that's all that matters. That lemonade is no gamer subs. It's not. It's not gamer subs, but it has hella pulp. Shout out to Chick-fil-A. I really like pulp. Low-key messes up my tongue though. Don't tell anybody. Ah, Lorgle. You've come. I've heard from the other veterans that you've already defeated them. Yes, that's right. I said other veterans. It's about time I finally revealed myself. I am Shopkeep, the strongest veteran of Faraway Plaza. I thought I already fought him when I first got my pet rock. Maybe I'm a liar. It's really impressive, Bloggle. In a short amount of time, you've managed to beat the best in our area. Except me. Blurgle, I must attest to your strength myself. You're going to have to fight me, right here and right now. Hi. It has pulp, and by default, I'm just not feeling it. Well, that's why the lemonade is for me, not for you. My goodness. If you want some, you can put it through a strainer, I guess. I have I have like a flour sifter for like cakes and stuff, but it works good. You can pour the lemonade through it. Can't have anything around here. Oh, you can have something. Surely. You want a candy cane? Oh, geez, string. I thought you'd say that. Let us clash. Are you ready to clash? I'm so ready. Oh my god. I've never seen such a cool rock before. That guy looks like Hugo Scissors. You do? You do what? You want a candy cane? Is Chick-fil-A still funding homophobic burgers? I'm not really sure. I really couldn't tell ya. I'm sure there's a lot of big companies that are doing some not great things. But alas. Oh. I don't really... I don't think I got this one. He knows about the paper build. That was truly a splendid battle, Blurgle. You and Josh fought with all your strength, but alas, I remain victorious. Is Josh the name of my pet rock? Still, I must congratulate you. You have done well to come this far. I think it's about time you and Josh had a good long rest. My rock. Isn't Josh the little shopkeep in the Dreamland? Is that just based off this little creature? It's kind of awesome. Oh, you like how silly my rock looks? He's not silly, he's serious. Look at him. Look at him, he'll mess you up. Hmm. Much to think about. Seriously, silly. Hey. He's, you know, he's going through some stuff. But he's trying his best. Man, why did he also go paper 3 times in a row? Yo! This game sucks. Real. Real indeed. No, I'm scared if I go scissors then he'll go rock or something. Paper build isn't meta here. What's the meta? Is scissors the meta? Wait, maybe scissors is the meta. Perhaps scissors only? I'm scared, I'm 1 away. He's also 1 away. Oh. Thank you. That's real as hell. Mm. Hmm. Oh. He's on to me. Do it again, rah! Don't God, don't ever do it again. Man. Okay. Maybe maybe not sticking to the same thing over and over is good. I feel like it's good in real life though. Nobody ever expects you to do the same thing a bunch. But it's too late. Oh god. Pivoting to elementals, but they don't scale fast enough. Okay, what if we go rock? Gotta be a day one scissors main? Look, if I went scissors there, he would have rocked my shit. Okay. Yeah, but that's like losing so you scale next turn. Okay. Wait, maybe this goes crazy. Oh my god. That did not go crazy. I shouldn't have I shouldn't have left scissors. Oh my god! We're not scaling it, so why is it so hard? You sold your board and sold the game again? Listen, you know, sometimes you have to do what your heart tells you to do. And like sometimes your heart is doomed. But you know, you really can't ask for anything else. 'Cause that's all you got. Like all mortal actions. That's so real. That's so real. Please. Please. Sometimes your heart is doomed. Yeah, sometimes your heart is doomed and you sell your whole board. Hi, Geb. Geb, would you say that your rock, paper, scissors game is pretty good or no? Yo! Okay, scissors kind of carried. That was kind of awesome. Amazing. You're really amazing, Vorgul. You may be even better than... No. Never mind. I may have already said too much. As a prize for your victory, take this. I've been saying that? You've been saying that paper was good. Nostalgic CD. Also, there's one veteran in Faraway Plaza who's stronger than even me. Some say that she may even be the strongest clasher in the entire world. But she's elusive and keeps her identity a mystery. Though I'm sure if you found her now, she'd be able to sense your strength as I have. If you choose to seek her out, you may regret it. But I won't be the one to stop you. Just be wary. She truly is a force to be reckoned with. You have been warned. What? That's so ominous. I want to fight her. On paper, I'd be rocking my scissors. What does that mean? That sounds kind of awesome. Okay, let's see what banger song he gave us for winning. Oh, this is pretty. I know this song. This is a cover of Hanging with the Boys by Slime Girls. That's cute. Is that where the Slime Girls are from? Do you think this one's on Spotify? Yippee! I don't know why that one wasn't. I guess they just really hate Celestial CD. You like the music? I do like the music. It's so pretty. If you were a rock clash champion, where would you hang out? Would you hang out at work? Oh my god! Sheesh! Oh, and this on a guitar. Yo! That would be so awesome! I like guitar. Other Mart Lady glares at your pet rock. She didn't even ask. Okay. Wow. This looks like the Iron Mouse. Oh my god. The Iron Mouse wings from Warframe. She's so healthy. Okay, on top of a mountain? Red from Pokemon? Oh, I didn't play the Pokemon game with Red in it. I only know him from the cartoon. Isn't he like a child? What's he doing on top of the mountain for? What do you think the meta against this creature is? It's literally just my pet rock, but with a what I assume is a big wing. I guess maybe it might be a funny little hairdo. Or a beetle. Okay, cooking perhaps? Surely it's rock build, do you think? See, if I went rock there, I would have just died. She doesn't seem to do the same thing in a row, so maybe rock is good. Oh. Um, uh, uh, um, uh. No! I don't know, I feel like it's really hard if she doesn't do repeats. And I just have to guess. Warm up game? Okay, okay. Starting to feel warmed up. Literally just go down the list in a row over and over. That's the new build? Okay. Okay, scaling. Okay. Ouch! Okay, I think maybe I have to go down the list backwards. Maybe, perhaps. Man, good thing this is a small town, I guess. Didn't tell you which way to go down? Yeah, you didn't tell me which way to start. And it's not looking so good, I'm not gonna lie to you. This better give me such a bangin' CD. Wait, working? Working? Oh, not working. Hmm. Okay. I like the stupid noise it makes when you tie. Oh, man. I wish... I wish my little guy had a bit more health, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, what do we start in the middle? Add this to my vocabulary? Youch? Got like a Tom and Jerry vocabulary. Ouch! Counterclockwise? Counterclockwise? Brother, this is a straight line. I was going counterclockwise. And I also went clockwise. This time I'm starting in the middle and going anti-clockwise. Although it's kind of weird to call it that when it's a straight line. Dot, 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 dot. You get the vision. I do, but you're kind of weird for it. Yo! Thanks, shrimp. Sigh. Sigh. I hope that hurted your wrist a little bit. You say that no matter what? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Check this out. I'm going paper twice in a row. Sheesh! Okay, things are looking pretty okay. Try saying youch instead? Like without the W? Does the W really like change? Youch! Is that good? Did you like it that way? Okay, okay, things are going nicely. If I switch it up, if I go scissors. That sounds like an old man falling. Keep the W? Oh, you don't like Yoch? No! You... That is not fair. I'm following instructions and you all have been mean. Youch! I feel like Youch also kind of is giving old man. In a way. Oh my god. I should not have switched things up. Um, um, um... Which one? Which one? It's 1 to 1. And I'm nervous. I think she just went rock and I went scissors. So should I go rock? Or do you think she's gonna go paper? Close your eyes and gamble. Chopped, boing, scissors. Okay. Okay, I like gambling, I guess. But then if I lose, then it's like I sold my whole board, like, for fun. And, like, all mortal actions are doomed to failure. Okay. What? No. Hey, at least I didn't go scissors. So that's something. Although if I did go scissors, then at least I would have someone else to blame for that. At least you choose your mortal actions. Is it not choosing still a choice? I feel like there's no such thing as removing yourself from the situation entirely. Anything you do is a choice. Okay, I guess I'll gamble again. Oh. Yo! Scissors was the play. It was just 1 turn delayed. That was swagged. Oh my god. She's... Her ears are wiggling. Ha 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 ha. Okay. You win. Take this. Got a U-Rock cap. Good job. Oh, I got an achievement. A prestigious cap bestowed upon the pet rock champion. 100% cotton? Are hats supposed to be cotton? I feel like that's weird. A weird material. I can't believe I love achievements. Oh, that's not where I thought it was. Check out my hat. Oh, he doesn't care. He doesn't care even a little bit. You want a piece of candy? Yummy! It's okay, we care. Yeah, I got a cool hat. I'm not much of a hat wearer. I like the concept of them. But since I don't have bangs, I think it makes my forehead look big. I'm not either. Dot, 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 dot. That's okay. Used for making hamburgers. I still don't really know what to do with this meat. I thought maybe I could make a hamburger. But I got nothing. Ah, doggone it. Cal, your old man is such a fool. What a beautiful picnic, but I forgot the most important ingredient. Oh, this is their family. Oh. I thought Hector was just unattended and these were random people. Meat. Could you spare some time and buy me some of the good old cheap stuff at the other mart? Here's some cash. Just talk to the meat man in the back. He'll hook you right up. $20, sheesh. It only costs $7. Okay, well, I was just complaining about not knowing what to do with the meat. You can have it. Thanks, champ. This is just what I was looking for. It'll make for some tasty hamburgers. You all should drop by later in the evening. We definitely want to try some of this deliciousness. But for now, go on and enjoy yourselves. The weather is great today. Wait, that's so awesome. I have $100. I could buy more cake with that. But alas, I've got stuff to do. No time for cake. Yippee yippee. Looks like the sun is about to set. Do you want to go see the treehouse now, Blurgle? Yes. What an unfortunate rug. I think maybe they should get a steam cleaner for that one. The stain is kind of like a heart, though. I guess so. Kind of looks like butt cheeks. The other one is just a shadow. I don't know. I don't know. They make like carpet cleaner, stain remover stuff. I think it looks a little yucky. Wow. I guess you really are moving away, huh, Blurgle? When I see this empty house, it all feels so sudden. But for you, moving away must have been a long time coming. I hope you can find some peace out there. Or, you know, some happiness. There have been a lot of things that were unsaid these past few years. And painful memories that we kept to ourselves. But even through all that, I'm relieved that we were still able to become friends again. Man, this is so sad. You'd remove the heart, huh? Well, maybe if it was more obviously a heart. But it's kind of nubby. I'm happy that we're all here. So that we can face this together. Oh. It's okay, Hero. I'll go first. Why are they staggered? Hey, Blurgle. When you move away, do you think it'd be too much trouble if you could... Aubrey! Blurgle! Are you guys coming? Yo, what the... Actually, never mind. It's nothing. Yo! That's so messed up. I think if you start to say something, you cannot say never mind. That is a crime. Oh. This is the backyard? It's so large. Toys long forgotten, discolored by weather. Oh. No treehouse either, huh? This is where Mari... Oh. Yeah, it is. I think she... I don't know. They said maybe she killed herself, but I don't know if that's real or not. I really could not tell you what happened. It feels like forever ago. But I can still remember that day perfectly. That day was really busy. In the morning, I went out with Mom to buy some nice clothes and shoes. We spent all day shopping and didn't get home until the afternoon. I remember that day too. I went out to get a haircut with Dad. Oh yeah, you were there with your dad too, Aubrey. We were preparing for something, weren't we? Yeah, we were. We were going to watch Mari and Blorgle's music recital. It was supposed to be that night, but when we came home in the evening... Even after all this time, still don't understand why she would do it. I don't think any of us ever will. Oh. Hey guys, let's keep going. Dang. Oh, there is a treehouse. Pretty. It's just like the dream. But with nicer music, I guess. Wow. This place has seen better days. But it looks like everything is right where we left it. All our old stuff is still here. Hey look, here's our playing cards. I was the best at card games, wasn't I, guys? Mr. Plant Egg. Oh, you're so dirty. Look at all these old books. So this is where all my cookbooks went. Oh, everything stays. It's true. It sure does. Duh. I think I just stepped on a jack. Aw, man, such good times. I have never seen a jack before in my life. Why did we have a toaster in here? I remember now. Kel brought this toaster in here. He said he wanted me to cook with it. Kel was such a weird kid. Man, I was the best at card games. I love Kel. He's so cute. An old TV. Kel brought it up here, but was pretty bummed when he found out he couldn't use it. Kept it there. Heroes cookbooks. Mari bought them for his birthday. Oh. Mr. Plantig is so dirty. There. Good as new. A calendar. The date of the recital has passed. A baseball bat. Mari used to play softball, but quit when she injured her knee. Plants made from paper. Aubrey and Basil made these together. Yo, this is so sad. Aww. That's so cute. Don't forget it's in the toy box. You put the toy box key in your pocket. I don't think I've seen a toy box. Hey, look. Borgle found a photo of us. We all look so happy. Wasn't there a photo missing from the photo album? This must be it. Hey, you're right, Kel. Take out your photo album, Borgle. We should add it in. Interesting. Cute. Basil's memories. Huh. Man, I hope he's okay. There. Now the photo album is complete again. You know, this is probably the last time that we'll all be here together in this treehouse. Now that the photo album is complete, we should look through it one last time. Good idea, Hero. The photo album is already out, so we might as well, right, Borgle? Let's start from the beginning. Oh my goodness. I think I've read this 3 times already. My first photo is my best friend Blurgle trying out his new violin. He's starting to take lessons again so he can play at recitals with his sister Mari. So exciting. Oh, so cute. Man, they're all so happy. All of us cuddling with Blurgle's stuffed animals. He has so many and they're all so soft. I wish I could just lay here forever. Little guys. Ah, man, Hero is so brave. I don't think I would ever want to see these ever again. I guess it's probably true for everyone, but I couldn't even imagine for him. Ta-da! All summer we've been working on a treehouse in Blurgle's backyard, and today it's finally finished. Hero and his dad did most of the work, but Aubrey and I made paper plants to put in the windowsill. We all did a pretty good job, if I do say so myself. Pretty. After some begging, Blurgle came to join Mari for recital practice. Hehe. We're still working out some stuff, but they already sound so amazing. I know they're going to be great. Go Mari, go Blurgle. You can do it. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click on that again. Oh, Mari. I miss her so much. I miss her too. Hey, come on guys. Why the long faces? Look at all of us back together again. Mari would be so happy for us. Yeah, you're right. She would be. Sigh. If only Basil could be here too. Huh? Hey Aubrey, what's up? This is so sad. Yeah, this is pretty unfortunate. I like the color of the sky. Oh. Oh. You know, after everyone drifted apart, I felt so alone. But now, I realized that I was the one who was pushing everyone away. In the few months after Mari died, everything changed so fast. Borgle and Basil became more closed off. Kel made a bunch of friends playing sports. And Hero always seemed to be busy studying. I was so angry at how my life kept moving on. I felt like everyone abandoned me, and abandoned Mari too. But I couldn't see that everyone was dealing with the pain in their own way. After Blurgle stopped coming to school, I saw Basil sitting alone during lunch. So I asked him if he wanted to study together at his house. He seemed kind of uneasy about it at first, but after I begged him, he agreed. The walk there was really quiet. Basil wouldn't even look at me. And when we got to his room, I tried to talk to him, but he said he had to go to the bathroom and ran off. That's when I spotted his old photo album on his bookshelf. I just wanted to go through the photos because Well, I guess I just wanted to see everyone happy again. But when I opened it, Basil had blacked out all of the photographs with marker. I couldn't believe it. He even blacked out Mari's face. All of our memories together. It felt like he had destroyed them. I was so confused and angry. I thought he was a nutcase. So, instead of trying to understand him, I stole his photo album and started calling him creep and things like that. Oh. Oh. And eventually, I wasn't the only one calling him names. I feel like scum for that now. But you know what? Ever since then, all I've been doing is trying to cut myself off from everyone. It's kind of funny. What I've been doing is worse than what Basil did, yet I'm the one who is angry at him. Sniff. I'm such an idiot. Oh. Yikes. Man, this is so sad. Thank you for the hydrate. Lemon. Hey, it's okay, Aubrey. We've all made mistakes. At the time, I didn't really understand what was happening. I was afraid that I'd somehow make things worse. So I just decided to stay out of all of it. I'm really sorry, Aubrey. And I'm sorry to you too, Borgle. I was a pretty crappy friend. Snip, it's so real. Man. You were still pretty young then, Kel. But I'm the oldest. So I should have known to take care of everyone. I just... No, it's fine. Everyone's here now, so it's okay. Sniff. I don't deserve friends like you. Don't be silly, Aubrey. Of course you do. During all this time, it's pretty obvious that you still cared about us. I mean, just look at the photos in the photo album. There's no trace of any of the black marks you were talking about anywhere. You can see all of our faces just fine. I don't suppose they all just cleaned themselves, did they? It's alright, Aubrey. I promise, from now on, I'll always be there for you. Yeah, I promise too. We should all be here for each other. Hey, you know what? I think this is the perfect time for a big group hug. Group hug! Aw, yeah, count me in. It's so cute. Man, Basil isn't even here. This is sad. Wait, just 1 second. Ready or not, here we come. Aww. You're so Kel. Man, I aspire to be Kel. He's so cute. Aww. It's just them two hugging the other two. Oh. We should go see if Basil is back home later today. I need to apologize to him. And I think right now, he's probably the one that needs us the most. A pinwheel blows freely in the wind. Man, I feel depressed. Thank you for the stream streak. What about the nice guitar that's playing? I wish you could see what the name of the songs are called. I tried to go through the Omori album on Spotify to find the ones that I like, but there's just so many. I got impatient. Oh. Hello. What? Who is that old lady? Okay. Don't know what that was all about. Oh, thank goodness you guys came back. Is something wrong? Well, Basil is back home, but he's not talking to me. Oh no. Is there anything we can do to help? It's a bit hard to say right now. When Basil came back, he went straight to his room and locked the door. I haven't been able to get a word out of him since. Maybe he just needs some time alone. But I don't know. I'm just worried. Could you guys try to talk to him? Of course. We'll do whatever we can to help. Thank you, everyone. Feel free to come in whenever you're ready. I'm assuming if she says that, that means it progresses the story. What if I went and saw Kel's family first? What if we ate a hamburger before helping our friend out? Surely that would be good. A coin. Cute. A boo. Sally squished her face into a weird shape. That's so cute. Hey, chimps. Here's one burger for each of you, as promised. You got 4 hamburgers. Wow. It's been a long time since I've seen all of you hanging out. Reminds me of you when you were all still children. Haha. Lorgle, good luck with moving away tomorrow. Remember to visit every now and then. I know Kel is going to be lonely without you. Aw, Dad. Stop it. You're embarrassing me. Here's a lesson from your old man. As you get older, it's going to get harder and harder to make friends. So if you think you have a good one, it's important to cherish them. Friends can be for life, you hear me? That's so sweet. You can finish the game stream. You can finish the game this stream? If you're willing for an extra 2 to 3 hours, I think. I feel like that sounds doable. I guess it depends on how much I yap. Well, hello, boys. Good to see you're finally spending some quality time with me. Please stay for a while. We're having the best weather today. Cute. Hamburger. A cheeseburger without the cheese. Cute. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, bark, bark. Is that orange juice you have there? That is garbage. Don't drink that stuff. I threw away my orange juice. It's okay. I'd rather have apple. Yes, drink apple juice. You won't regret it. Okay. I think there's also a neighbor that was having a party. I don't know where that neighbor was, though. I also don't know how important that is. I think I'm just stalling because I feel like something's gonna happen and I don't really want it to. Hi everyone, come on in. The party's already started. I got an achievement, yippee. A yummy cake slice. Grumble, grumble. Much, 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 much. Ah, yeah. Free food. Welcome to our housewarming party. Please make yourself at home, but just for a few hours. Please relax and have some food. You can stay as long as you like, reasonably. Delicious cookies. Big old chicken roast. Haven't been to a party like this in a long time. We have parties in college too, but they're not as, quaint. I'm glad everyone's enjoying the food though. It's the culmination of our hard work. Well, Munch, today is our last day together, huh, Borgle? It's nice that we, Munch, have a chance to celebrate with everyone before you head off for new horizons. Just enjoy yourself and relax for now. Munch, we're in good company. Hey, it's you. Darn. I guess this party isn't cool anymore. Just kidding, nerd. Anyways, Aubrey told me you were moving away tomorrow. That sounds kinda sucky, but I'm sure you'll be okay. Oh, that wasn't me grumbling. That was my stomach. I'd better start this food before it's all gone. Parties aren't really my thing, but this is kind of nice. I guess it's true what they say. Food always tastes better when you cook it yourself. Can I snoop? Aww. This bed seems a bit much. You guys rate it a 5 out of 10 just based on the design? I think that's a really cute bed. I like it a lot. Borgle's kinda harsh, I guess. A mirror. Hello. That's enough stalling, I guess. Okay. Basil has been all by himself recently, so I'm sure he's lonely. It's nice to know that Basil has friends who care so much about him. Hi Basil, it's Hiro. I'm here with Kel, Aubrey, and Blorgle. We're all here to see you. Is there anything we can do to help? We just wanted to let you know that we're here. Let us know if you need anything, okay? Oh. Sigh. Maybe he just needs some time to himself. I'm really sorry to bother you. Don't worry about it, Polly. We've all been there before. If I've learned anything these past few days, it's that friends should be there for each other. Hey Basil, this is Aubrey. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for the way I've been treating you. Will you please say something? We just want to know that you're okay. I think we should stay here for him. Yeah. Last time we all made the mistake of leaving each other when we needed each other the most. This time, we'll stay together. Polly, do you think we can sleep here for the night? Oh, you are all so kind. Of course you can stay over. I think Basil would really appreciate that. I know it would mean a lot to him. Is he even in there? Awesome! I call the couch! This is all happening so fast. Okay then, since Kel wants the couch, everyone else can have a quilt. We have a lot of those. I'll go grab them now. Why do you get the couch? Well, duh. It's because I called it first. Ow, that hurt. nice. Nothing weird. I don't know, the music is really happy. Or nostalgic or something. It makes me feel like everything's okay. But I don't know why he wouldn't say anything. Oh, Basil. Why can't you see that everyone is here for you? Do you want to hang out with your friends? Aww. That's so cute. Hello? Oh. Aw, cozy. Wait, I'm free to get the couch. That's cute. I feel like more than one person could sleep on the couch if they really wanted to. Hey, Blurgle. I know this probably wasn't the last night in town you were expecting, but I just want you to know that even though you're moving away tomorrow, we'll always be friends. Ugh, that's so cheesy, Hero. Hey, I'm just saying what I'm thinking. Hero's always been such a big softie. Just like you, Aubrey. What did you say? It's nice to hang out like this again. I've been so busy with school and studying, I don't really have time to make friends anymore. Well, you'll always have us, I guess. See, I was right. Look who's the softie now. But yeah, it's true. I know we'll always be there for each other. Just like I know that Mari's still here with us too. You know, I hope we'll be able to see Basil before you leave tomorrow, Borgle. It'd be nice to have a proper goodbye. Yeah. Yawn. Man, I'm getting sleepy. Snore. What the? Is he asleep already? Snore, 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 snore. Yup, that's Kel for you. That part of him hasn't changed a bit. Hey, Blurgle. Thank you for everything. It's probably been tough to leave your house after all this time, but I really appreciate you doing it for us. And hey, tomorrow's the big day. I hope you're not too worried about moving to a new place. If anything, you got us. Life gets better. You just have to stay positive. Life gets better, huh? Hey, Blurgle. After you move away, you should, like, maybe come visit once in a while or something. Yeah, then we can all go out for some sandwiches. Or maybe we can all go to the park. Or the beach. Or just sit at home and watch TV. Who knows? We can do anything. Aww. So fast-coded. I don't think I'm a snorer. Not to... not to be that guy, but I really don't think I snore. I do be falling asleep fast, though. They're so sweet. They are so sweet. They really, really just like each other's company. I wish Basil was here. That sounds kind of nice. Do you think my new friends can come too? Of course they can, Aubrey. You don't have to ask. The more the merrier, after all. Snore. Come on, guys. It's time to sleep already. Hehe. Yeah, yeah. Good night, guys. Good night, Kel. Good night, Aubrey. Good night, Borgle. See you all in the morning. It's so dark. They're so cute. Sleepy little guys. Hello? Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. Okay. Will you forgive me? My best friend. Oh, he's all alone. Please. Where? What? Oh. Are you prepared? Yeah. The scary letters said everything's gonna be okay, and I trust that. Oh. This is just like Severance, huh? I thought you were the same person. Wait, he turns to watch. That's cute. A tissue box. Nothing but static. A sketchbook. It's empty. Where's the cat butler in the bathtub? Huh. Um, Nothing but static. I can't open the menu or anything. Bulb? A light bulb hangs from the ceiling. Do you want to destroy it? Oh, I see. I guess so. I don't like it here very much. Maybe it would be good to leave. Hello. Oh. Something. Something drags Borgle into the shadows. Oh. Oh my goodness. Strong. It did nothing. Yikes. Maybe we just calm down. Okay. Calming down is good. Something taught. I can't read it. It's so dark. Be afraid though. Surely it's okay. I don't think I've ever had a nightmare quite like this one. Huh. Something is trying to talk to you. Virgo's next attack deals more damage. I see. I guess if you wait it out, you can get maybe perhaps. Tangled Borgle and sticky webs. Yuck. Okay, we're focusing. I miss my friends. Borgle's attack did nothing. Okay. Bwomp. I do kind of like the noise. What? It's the same noise as when you find the little keys. I didn't know it was a little creature making that sound. I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh. Persist. Height cannot reach you for one turn. That's good. We're self-regulating. We're so in touch with our emotions. Everything is so okay. We're box breathing. We're thinking of 5 things we can see, 4 things we can hear, etc. This poor little guy. Something sways in the wind. I can't even see it anymore. It's making my heart feel weird. Is it because you're trying to like line up your like your heartbeat and your breathing with the noises? Something sways in the wind. Blah, but with intent of arson. Hi, dog. I like your arson intent. Trying to match the beat. That sounds that sounds stressful. Something. Oh, you feel like your life is in danger. It's our sister. That's awesome. Can we just leave? I don't really wanna get closer to that at all. Ugh. Your lungs tighten up. Borgle persists. Your heart beats out of your chest. B is playing Marvel Rivals. Sorry. I like this very much. My bungs are tightening. Thank you. Your fingers won't stop trembling. Thank you, I like your tax fraud intentions. Shoot, taxes are due next month, I think. It's a later problem. It's kind of real that game would do this to me. What? Would tighten your bungs? That's nice. You hear your breathing begin to steady. Okay. We're calm, we're calm. We're calm. You hear your heart begin to steady. Okay. We're steadying, we're steadying. Yo, don't get closer to it. Man. Gather all your courage and learn to overcome. How is y'all, silly geese? Hi, dog. I'm doing good. This game is scary, but I'm good. I hope you're good too. Gather all your courage. I meant Marvel Rivals would make me feel like this. Oh, that's pretty understandable. Okay. Okay. Everything's okay. It's all gone. You got a light bulb. Okay. Pretty. I think we're dreaming. Oh. I guess we go up. This game is scary. Fear and hunger or look outside would put you in grippy socks jail. It's not scary like that. It's just a scary concept to think about. Tree. Is this the tree branch? I think boss is fear and hunger level yet. Somebody told me about fear and hunger. I don't remember who it was. So they told me about like a wasp enemy. And I think that made me not want to ever even look at the Steam page for it. More trees. Hello? Blorkle, you're finally here. I've always dreamed that you would come back for me. But maybe it's too late. The truth of that day will be hard to accept. When you see it, you have to stay strong. Do I have to see it? And if you can, please forgive me. You got Basil's photo album. Okay. Lock in, it's time. I'm locking. I'm sure. I'm sure locking. The sky's nice. Oh, maybe I should have looked at the photo album. Did he lock the door? Um, a wall. Something with the leaf pattern. Oh. Okay. Dark, scary, evil photo album. Whoa, today. Basil. I really can't tell. We're outside. And there's a mirror outside. Maybe. There's some stuff on the floor. Oh. He's already on it. Mmm. Yummers. An eerie red glow radiates from the TV. You feel strangely drawn to it. I like the noises. A fireplace? I think that's Mari and the Blurgle family with their faces crossed out. I can't see shit. Oh. Hospital. You see 4 kids climbing a ladder to space. You see 5 kids having a picnic. You see 4 kids riding an elevator. You see 4 kids talking to a whale. This person is breathing steadily. Okay. Everyone's breathing. That's good. You see 3 kids and 1 toast. You see 4 kids talking to a giant statue. You see 4 kids playing in the forest. You see 4 kids riding a minecart. Everyone's breathing okay. Someone in a hospital bed? Crying on the floor while someone is maybe unconscious in the bed. Hmm. Not my very most favorite place to be. A lot of sitting in front of a bed. Oh. Goodbye. Yeah, like half the people just vanished. Guess that's how it is sometimes. I I think I've got every photo from here. Hmm. This person is not breathing. Oh. I see. Your blood's spilling a little bit. Oh, better. A very long staircase. Huh. Oh boy. Fell down the stairs. Maybe? There should be a blah routine? Like you want me to say blah, or you just want like the like little cat sound bite? Like you want to say blah. The door is locked. The door is locked. The door is locked, man. Okay. The sound effect, yes, cat sound. Whoa. Going down the stairs. Never seen so many stair pics in my life. Why is his ear bleeding? That's not regular. Lots of... Oh my god! His head is so bloody. What is going on? This person is not breathing. Okay, well... That's wonderful. Blurgle. Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. Okay. I trust you. Mari's calendar. Today is the day of the recital. Huh. I guess those aren't the toy boxes. Oh. Holding our dead sister. Oh my god. It's, I don't know what I'm looking at. Maybe the arms are tied. Stop. Gross. A little warehouse storage room. Something is preventing you from getting any closer. Oh. It's glowing though. Maybe that's the toy box. Okay, some hands. It feels mean to keep grabbing the photos if he keeps losing fingers for it. Okay, another body on the stairs. Ouch. Hair. Yo! We got his eyes. Poor thing. Oh. They're both at the top of the stairs. Mari looks maybe agitated. Instruments. Instruments of all sorts. Mari pushed Blurkle? So like at least grabbing him. Chill. know what I'm looking at. Okay. Maybe Blurgle sucked at the violin. She didn't want him to mess up his recital. So she pushed him down the stairs and then felt bad. Do you want to screw in the light bulb? I guess so. Oh. Do you want to pick up this photo? Well, shoot, I guess not. Ugh. We're evil. We're so incredibly evil. Maybe there's nothing else to do. Oh. Happy. A memory, maybe. Oh, oh. So she grabbed him and then he pushed her. What does Basil have to do with any of this? Okay. Hmm. So many. Okay. Maybe that's all of them. A pinwheel. Even here. Oh. Wasn't all of them? A jump rope at the base of a tree. I see. Hi, Hero. Hero vitamin water. Peach and pineapple flavor. Sheesh. Oh, I'm missing a lot of these. 4, I reckon. Wowie. I haven't had vitamin water in so long. I hope it's so yummy. I hope it's so good. Thank you for the bit. We're kind of in a situation. A little bit, perhaps. I don't know what this is a picture of. Looks like there's a little bit of rope, but I don't know what's at the end of the rope. Maybe like tying a rock to it? Oh, it's so quiet. It's supposed to be a little sleepy. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh, that's horrible. I am alert and awake. You're not a lemonade, though. Yeah. Yo! What do you mean, yes? Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I got plenty of sleep last night. Listen. You drink your vitamin water. Oh my god. Is that the toy chest that I have the key to? Okay. I don't think I'm ready to look in there. I feel like there's gonna be a horrible little note in there or something. Something that I just don't think this little guy is ready to see. I'm drinking, I'm drinking. I'm pogging, I'm pogging. I hope work's going smoothly for today. Oh my god! Oh my goodness. I'm awake, I'm awake. I'm awake. Here, I'll even sit up straight. They say that if your spine is like perpendicular to the ground, then something about the blood flow to your head will wake you up or something. I don't know. I just remember they said that in school. I don't know if that's real. Oh, wowie. Why is the shadow like a little wispy thing? Oh, maybe this is the pattern on the toy box? And that's... Oh, that's a violin all broken. And then Mari's angry at Omori for breaking the violin. Not really sure why he broke the violin. I don't know if that gets explained. She grabs him. And then he pushes her down the stairs. I imagine self-defense style. And she takes quite a tumble. And she's just at the bottom of the stairs. Among the remains of the violin, maybe? And then he walks down, presumably to check on her. And she's... I can't really see. Maybe she's unconscious. Maybe she's unconscious or, like, she's really mad. She doesn't really want to get up. But either way, she's looking floppy. Rutro. Yeah, this is very Rutro. What am I looking at? Okay, this is like his shorts and his leg. So he's standing over her. And this is... These are her, like, she's kneeling? I don't know what this is. She's kneeling. Maybe he's trying to pick her up or something. Okay, he's got her. Yeah, she's looking pretty floppy and unconscious. Oh, maybe he's piggyback carrying her. I don't know. It's quite hard to see. It's so dark. Okay. Maybe he like low-key... Yeah, maybe she said maybe when he shoved her down those stairs, maybe she like died from that. Like maybe it was just like siblings fighting and then like oops. Oops, she actually hit her head and she's not alive. Okay, so he's carrying her. Okay, she's in bed. Wow, it's so dark. Maybe she's not dead. Maybe she's just like passed out. She's in bed. Maybe a hospital bed. I don't know. He seems concerned. His hands on her arm. Oh, okay. He's kneeling in front of her bed. He's panicking. He's panicking. She's unconscious. Maybe dead. Yeah, he's looking at his hands. He's like, "Oh my god, what have I done?" Yup, he's like in fetal position. This is a limp arm. She's maybe dead as hell. I do know what this is a picture of. Maybe this is Basil. He's like shaking he's shaking Blorgle. He's like, yo, it's gonna be okay. Maybe. If this POV sees Sunny and Mari, who is it? Omori. I thought Omori was Sunny. I thought they were like the same person. Who is it? Are you saying like who's taking the pictures? I would imagine Basil. But why did Basil take pictures of all this? I don't know. I'd have to imagine this is Basil grabbing his friend, being like, it's gonna be okay. Maybe. I'm not sure what this lighting is. And then this looks like Mari's still laying there. Her hands look tied. Maybe they're dragging her. See this wallpaper. They're dragging her outside to make it look like she committed suicide. This is Basil in a mirror. I don't know why there's a mirror outside. Maybe it's just the reflection of like a glass door. He's very scared. What am I looking at? What is this? Is this hair? Maybe we're still carrying Mari outside, and then Omori's like grabbing her legs, maybe? He's grabbing legs. He's like cradling her head. What is this? Toys? Toys outside? Something outside. We're outside. There's a tree. Maybe these are like rackets, like tennis rackets and a ball. We're we're finding a branch. Oh my god. Okay, we got a jump rope. We're tying the jump rope into a noose. Maybe. And then she's hanging. I don't know why the toy box is there. I don't know why they brought that out. Okay, well, don't keep taking pictures. That's crazy. Ah! Okay. Interesting. I don't really know why Basil's involved. Like, I understand maybe Blurgle accidentally killed his sister and then framed it to look like suicide. And then pushed all his friends away because, like, that's, you know, pretty messed up. That's pretty heavy. I don't know. Maybe Basil was just, like, at his house already when that happened. A very comfortable bed. Would you like to go to sleep? Yeah, kinda. Hello? Oh! Hello? Hello? Why, Basil? Why did you do it? Blorgle, why does this keep happening to us? Wait, what? Did Basil? I'm so sorry, Basil. Please forgive me. Please. Blurgle, you shouldn't be seeing this. You're supposed to be moving out today. On your way to a fresh new start. We'll take care of everything here. Go on ahead. We'll be okay. Boss, why do you go back to sleep? I was panicked. I was panicked. You look, you goofed. I goofed. Well, why did they give me the option if that's not what I'm supposed to do? I don't know what's going on. Well, we just found out like the big secret of the game, I guess. And everything is just sort of bad. We'll be okay, I think. Why? Why am I so useless? Um... Hmm. The door is locked. I don't really want to go in there. Save basket for a reason? I didn't even see a basket. I just clicked on the first thing I saw and it asked if I wanted to go to sleep. Whatever you do, don't save over anything now. Okay, I won't. But I feel like at this point, going back would be a bit crazy, right? Because, like, I'm already gonna know what happens. It's okay, we just skipped over the scary, sad noises. Oh. Um... Um... There's nothing here. Um... Okay. Can I go back to sleep? Congrats on getting the bad end. I see. Thank you. I didn't know that was an option. And I know there's a part where Basil was like, please don't leave, please don't leave. But there wasn't anything else to do. Um, I wonder if I can go to the church. I feel like he probably doesn't want to go to the church, but maybe... Oh, you need to go to your new home. I see. What a horrible situation. I guess I don't really know what you're supposed to do if you accidentally kill your sister. I guess there's not really anything that you can do to make that better. I don't really know if telling the police would be good. Oh. Hello. I... Am I supposed to follow that? There was also a knife. I don't really think that sells anything though. Mm, there is nothing here. Two options now. Oza, don't tell me that. I want to learn stuff myself. Please don't do that. A grand piano. Word omori is etched across the center. Why would he name himself Omori if his sister like played the piano? That seems kind of messed up. Hmm. I'm surprised there's nothing in the mirror. Depending on how much trauma you want to inflict on your friends, a buy one get one deal if you will. That's crazy. Oh my god. Look at those tendrils. I have no new messages. Oh yeah, Hero did the chore list, huh? Ah, that's so... Hey, Borgle, this is a note from Mommy. I left some food in the fridge for you downstairs. It's steak, your favorite. We just... We just... Okay. I would love to go to sleep. That would be so nice. How do you even... How do you even deal with that? Welcome to White Space. You've been living here for as long as you can remember. No light bulb. A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Your sketchbook. Huh, I really thought it would be more of like a cultish thing. With like the cat stabbing. Huh. And like this playground blood. I guess that's just like what it feels like. When you when you frame your sister's suicide and you gotta just act like everything's regular. I really don't get what this stuff is. You booted up your laptop. Welcome to Black Space. Thank you. Oh, hello? Hello? Oh, I see. Is that what Basil did? Is that really the only way out? Hey, Blurgle, it's Mommy. I'm waiting for you outside, so just come out when you're ready. Mommy loves you. Hi, honey. Bzzzt. Why? Why won't she come in? Why is she just waiting in the car? Is this not also her house? What kind of future awaits you, I wonder? Hmm. Probably nothing good. I guess genuinely the best thing to do is I don't know. I feel like even if you go to therapy, like you can't make that better. Like accidentally killing your sister is one thing, but uh that's so that's so crazy. I guess you just gotta move away and make new friends and hope the nightmares go away. Now that you passed it, grabbing the knife allows the stab option. Real section. When you stab in the dream section, Sonny dies in his bed. Oh, I see. And that's so horrible. That's surely not the best way. Your mom is waiting for you outside. Huh. These are the stairs? That's the wallpaper? This is where she died? But why did she grab him in the first place? Unfinished breakfast. I don't like this at all. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Wow. May you live a long and happy life. I can't play this. Hi, Archie. Wow, your favorite game is so awesome. It's making me so happy. If you leave the house, remember to look both ways before crossing the street. Love you, XOXO. You had another option than going back to sleep in that section. I I do wish I do wish I didn't go immediately back to sleep, but you know, sometimes that's really all you can do. It's time to move on from this place and start anew. Away. Okay. Oh wow, that is so lovely. She went back to sleep in Basil's house. That's all you gotta know. Uh, oh, listen, I woke up and it was red and scary, and then I went to look at Aubrey, and it said, "Do you want to go to sleep?" And I was like, "Yeah, this is so awesome. We can just like go to sleep, and the nightmare will be over." But then, yikes, she couldn't stay up anymore, and she was doomed to failure. It's yup. Say hi to Mari. This is Mari. I see. Wow. This is so lovely. I did that too on accident. Man, who knew? Who knew that was important, huh? Boo wump. Why won't the mom go inside? I kind of hate the mom. It's kind of messed up. You're finally being haunted. Okay, when I say I want to be haunted, I don't mean by somebody that I killed. Are those police sirens for Basil? Did we actually just leave? Like, our friend is dead in his room, and we're just like, alright, bye everyone. Is that really all we can do? Is that Is this really... Is that really it? Is this really the game? Mom hater, yo! I'm not a mom hater. I love my mama. Oh, I missed it. Hi, Jen. You did miss it a little bit. You can listen to the sirens with us. This is the game. What do you think? I liked it a lot. I wasn't really expecting it to be like that. I'm still really confused on what the sketchbook was. I thought for sure like Basil and like Sunny did some cult stuff. Like, I don't know. My theory was that like they did suspicious stuff to try to bring her back to life. But then it didn't seem like that. Suffering. Um okay. Some for your favorite character. Link Deltoon makes you want to play Omori. What you mean, Blorble or whatever his name is? Yo! His name is Blorgle. It sure was interesting to be in a serious suicide situation and have to be like, Blorgle, why does this keep happening to us? Shout out to Comic Relief. Wowie. I do think I like this better than Deltarune. I really like Deltarune, but I feel like this is more grounded, and that makes it a little more impactful. I really liked this game. I wish I got it though. That's what I was imagining. Wowie. Deltarune isn't a full game either. That's true. I guess you can't really compare them until Deltarune is finished. I got an achievement. It says reach the other ending. Other ending. Okay, well I guess that was just like horrible and bad. I don't know what I could have done different. Did you do Snowgrave yet? I did do Snowgrave. I did quite like Snowgrave. But I like how this game, like going between the real world and like the fake world, it feels like more of a realistic situation. Whereas in Deltarune, even the real world feels like a little more fantastical. It's still a really good game, but I like this one. Tough plus aura. Shout out to Omori soundtrack. Yeah! Except for that one song that wasn't in there. They don't have one of the songs, or at least I couldn't find it. So that's kind of minus aura. Let's all clash pet rocks. Sheesh. Not to brag or anything, but I have a rock hat. Just so you know what to actually do, just go to Basil's room. That's all. I know, but like I already know that he's dead, so I feel like going back would be like a load of beans, right? Is he? It's because it was a cover and the band didn't post it. That's messed up of them. What does top banana mean? Last 72 crepes. No, but you can get a big pack of crepes at Costco. I don't really remember what top banana means. Can I be honest? It was a reference to something at some point. What if you just played it tomorrow to actually finish it? Man, I'm not supposed to stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is tomorrow is well, tomorrow is not judo day, but tomorrow is like catch up on stuff day. 72 grapes. If you go back to him, you get a whole different ending. Oh. So you're telling me that going to sleep like literally changed the whole entire outcome of his life? Man, I'm sorry I like sleeping. We know you don't remember, man. Did she bid it? Hi, Azu. Yeah, that was horrible. That was horrible. I liked it a lot. It was so bad. If they had Costco and Omori, they'd be happy. Going to sleep changes so much. Man. I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought you had to do that no matter what, and then it was just like you can look around if you want to. You know, kind of like in the beginning of the game where there's like scary knocking on your door and like you can ignore that. I thought maybe we could just ignore that and it was awesome. So shut up. Guys, I'm gonna freak it. Don't say that. I went to sleep on accident and it didn't let me cancel it. And my last save was like 30 minutes before, so I was cooked. Man, 30 minutes isn't that bad. When's the next time of this? I'll mark my calendar. I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to play the whole game over again to do something different because I was told there's like a whole nother route, but I don't know. Does that route lead to the same ending or no? What if you played Omori every Tuesday for the rest of your life? That'd be so top banana. I, Actually, I've been playing Omori every Tuesday for the past, like, I don't know, like the past 9 Tuesdays. How far was your last save? I don't know. You want to see? Basil's Meadow? It was before collecting, like, the entire photo album, which is maybe a little cooked. Okay, let's play it all over again in exactly 1 year from now. And she won't literally anything. Yo! That's how Undertale was. That's how Undertale Genocide was. Who's to say? Am I allowed to explain? No, I guess not. I don't know, because I am gonna play this again, but I don't know if it'll get to that or not. I guess not. Orange, are you on day 3? Hi! I am on day 3. I low-key, finished the game, but my friend is dead. Replay since I missed it? Alright, this is for Jen, by the way. 30 minutes isn't too bad as someone once since. Is this 30 minutes? Away. Okay. She killed Basil? Man, I didn't kill Basil. He did that himself. I went to sleep. That is not on me. That is not on me whatsoever. Surely you can speedrun this. I'm speedrunning. Look, and now I don't have to comment on every single photo because like I already did that. I don't know why Mari was like mad at him though. Why was she grabbing him? Have fun, y'all. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you. Having the most fun ever, probably. I'm not listening. I just want my streak. Hi, Mick. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for saving your streak. But yeah, maybe go away. This is not a mixed salsa sort of situation. I wasn't there when you commented. Oh, shoot. Dot. Okay. Alright, are you ready for this commentary? Alright, he's sad in front of a corpse. Oh wait, I don't know it's a corpse yet. He's sad in front of a sleeping person. Just like me when I went to sleep at the sleepover. I don't No, was he not like already dead, low-key? Because everybody was knocking on his door and being like, I wish you would say something. And in my head, I was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, what if he's dead? But I thought maybe that was bad vibes. I didn't really want to speak that into existence. But then like he was anyway. Pretend like you haven't seen this before. Oh my god, this is so crazy. Meow. Why it's so dark? I can't see anything. Wow. Oh my god, look. She ripped her IV out. It's spilling. This person's not breathing. Sheesh. Going to sleep. You better not do anything after the truth section. You'll be here for the true ending. Okay. Alright, fine. I guess I won't replay the whole game from the beginning after doing this part. You suck at this, bro. Man, I already did this. And I was low-key, I don't know. I was stressed out playing this, but like now that I already know it's happened, it's less emotional, I guess. I don't know how to I don't know how to pretend. Make close your eyes and ears and also high. Doesn't she have to open her ears to perceive the high? Are you gonna play? Yeah, Mick is gonna play this game, so she's trying to not get spoiled. um, um. So maybe stop talking about corpses in the chat. Okay. Quick, now he's gonna replay the game from the very beginning. Yo! Oh my god, look at this. I still don't really understand this picture. Is this Basil? It's like, okay, Mari's kneeling. Well, like, she's dead, but, like, her body is in a kneel position. And then I'm assuming this is Blorgle. Or Sunny, if you don't like Blorgle. He's, like, reaching over. What is this? What is this? I don't know. It's such a cute photo! Wow. Wowie. I'm gonna commission someone to make that on Fiverr. Album cover. Wow. That's so awesome. Okay, we're going down the scary stairs. If you'll notice, this is the same wallpaper as the first photo. They're dragging her sleeping body upstairs. How else would she sleep comfortably? She just saved Fiverr. I don't know. Didn't mean to. Healing Yaoi? Oh. I think this is Toxic Yaoi. But why is Basil even here? And also, like, why... I assume these photos are, like, symbolic. Like, he's not actually whipping out his Polaroid like, in this situation. But, like, why... Wait, why was... why was he here? Flap is crazy. You can't say that. Okay, yeah, going down the stairs. His ear's getting bloody. He's got a bad ear infection. No, they can fix each other. They're just taking photos in the middle of this. Oh my god, this is so Aji coded. All right, maybe this is healing Yaoi. You know, your sister's dead in bed, but you're grabbing your homie. You're like, everything's gonna be okay. Blurgle, don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. This person is not breathing. Basil is going to visit and became a witness to when Blurgle sent Mari to bed. Such a good little bro. So, they were fighting while Basil was there? I don't know. It seems kind of unlike Mari to just, like, start grabbing her brother and, like, being mean to him while there's company over, at least. I think the moral of the story is when your friend falls down the stairs, you gotta take some hard ass pics. Hard ass pics. Oh, ass as like a adjective to describe the pigs. Okay. Okay, tie in her. Maybe, okay. I don't get this part either. Why are the fingers being chopped off? I don't know. Comma ass. Comma ass. Can you explain what the argument they had is about? Yeah, if it was like something that I should have got by now and I just didn't pick up on it, you can explain it. But if it's something that's like explained in the other route, then maybe don't explain it. Those asterisks are hard. Yeah, I thought you meant like your sister falls down the stairs and you gotta go take a booty pig. It's time to eat, Grandma. He's playing the knife game. Oh, he seems pretty bad at it. Thinking fix my firm cheeks at the bottom of the stairs. Sheesh. Y'all been doing squats? Okay, broken violin. I don't know. And like, why did he do this as well? Hand cam stream. Oh, well, I'll think about it. Buns of steel. Well, why? Thank you, Squire. We're gonna gloss over that. It's about playing the violin. Remember in the library, Blurgo was low-key venting about how they were missing out on the friend hangouts because of his violin training. So he threw his violin down the stairs and Mari got mad. That makes sense. He did seem really unhappy. He's like, man, we never see each other anymore because I have to play this violin. But I don't know. That's kind of crazy. Tight buns, check. Sheesh. I don't know. I can understand her getting mad, but like, look, she's like grabbing him. Like, is she trying to kill him? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I have like pulled my sister's hair like out of her scalp before, but that seems crazy if you're like old. Like I did that when I was probably like 9 or 10. This is the night before the concert thingy too. Sitting at the top of the stairs like, Mom, I threw up. OMG, never mind. Huh, okay. I think Blurgle Loki grabbed her and pushed her down. Oh. So Mari was just like yelling at him. And then he pushed her down the stairs. I feel like that's normal. I mean, maybe like pushing your sibling down the stairs. I don't know how old he's supposed to be. I feel like that's not the craziest thing in the world. I feel like he obviously didn't mean to kill her over that. I think sometimes you just want people to hurt a little bit. Drop the penta. That is so crazy. Oh, did Basil watch the whole thing? Like, was Basil at the bottom of the stairs just watching that happen? Was Basil there when the violin broke? That's how I interpreted it. The air feels nice in here. I guess when we look at all the photos again, in order we can see. Whoa! Gee, thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. You'd give your Prime subscription to little me? Sheesh. That's so nice of you. Thank you. I'll cherish this forever. Just figured out how to use my Twitch Prime. I remember you asking me. I remember you asking me if that was a thing you could do. This is so awesome. Thank you so much. Jeff Bezos is supporting you in killing Basil. No, listen. We're doing a do-over. We're doing a do-over. So surely Basil doesn't die this time. Surely, since we don't go to sleep, we like stop him. Or he's like bleeding out, but we get him to the hospital in time or something. Or maybe you guys are just trolling and it's the same exact ending. You're just gonna make me go through like the scary red area again for funsies. Surely. Guys, you are not inspiring confidence even a little bit. Basil's gonna get assassinated by an Amazon delivery truck. Yo, that's crazy. We would never lie. I'm feeling lied to. I'm feeling lied to. Man, this game is so rough. He's so bloody. Jeff Bezos ending, yippee! No, I think that's in Stardew Valley. I think you're getting them mixed up. Wait, don't shout out Jeff Bezos. Oh, yeah. They were last playing Omori on my channel. Wow. Things are not looking good for me. Where's my PR manager? Ooh, the drone is coming. Oh dear. Do they have those yet? I remember they were saying that that was like gonna be a thing that they were testing. But is that real? Has anybody seen those before? Jeff Bezos has my stream key. Well, okay, well, if he owns Twitch, then like why wouldn't he? Obviously he
Make
would.
sure to drop those Twitch primes while I murder this bitch-ass kid.
Yo. Also, why did the sound alerts get auto-modded, but the actual TTS didn't? That's not really inspiring confidence. Oh my god, sucks. At least she was wearing a cute outfit when she died. No, is she like vengeful? Like the little something creature with the eyeball that looks like a used tissue. Like that's Mari, right? And the little flower things were like, oh, this flower means I'll follow you into your dreams. So does that mean she's trying to like attack Omori from his dreams? But then also in his dreams, she's really helpful with the picnic basket and stuff. So I don't really understand what her feelings are. Let me turn down my volume. Oop. If she's gonna die, at least she was serving. Yeah, and and we've been saying that. I think that's pretty important. Serving tissue balls. Use tissue. Do you describe? How would you describe the shape? That's what it looks like. After you finish Amori, can you help me do my homework? Girl, are you being real? Yeah, I can. I got an English degree, by the way. Something is mostly Blurgle's trauma. The actual Mari spirit did help us. That one moment where she showed up before the well, when she became black and white, when everyone was gone having jobs. I do kind of remember because we had to like swim around, right? To find everyone else. Is that actually Mari's spirit or is that more of like what Omori? Oh my god, wait, this is the ending. I was not narrating this. Anyway, pushing down the stairs. Is it a bit of a skill issue that she died falling down the stairs? I don't know. I feel like I've fallen down the stairs before and I have not died from that. So I don't know. It's probably a twisted mental representation of how he thinks she would act after what he did. If he's feeling guilty, he would assume she's vengeful. Oh, that makes sense. So are any of the spirits like actually her? She flew into the window. Camera's girlies. Guys! You didn't have a violin. Booby trap at the bottom. Is the violin like what killed her? Hold on, I need to investigate. The photo is so dark. Basil did a shit job with this lighting, by the way. Like, I see pieces of the violin, but it doesn't look like she's bloody or, like, stabbed. I feel like she hit her head and got concussed. You're just built different. If you hit your head, you could die. Okay. So many people are victims of down these stairs. Thank you, Awa. That was so insightful. She should have just got back up. She must have. She must have gotten doinked by an Amazon drone. How do we make the hype train continue? I don't know how to use Twitch. You're so sweet. It's just from giving me money. It Jeff Bezos just wants more money. That's all it is. This was One Piece all along? Is Down These Stairs a One Piece character? Is this One Piece? Is this? Can people who have seen One Piece tell me if this has any parallels? Huh. Man, he looks so guilty. Look at this posture. Look at his little fingers. The drone came between the photos and it sniped her. The drone is taking photos to convert the kills. Sheesh! Oh my god. Genuinely, where does Basil come in? Oh wait, he's a more lit up picture. Is this an R? Is she grabbing her stomach? Like, did the violin stab her? Or is she just hunched? There's not really any blood that I can see from her head either. Wouldn't she be bleeding if her head was concussed? Maybe she's faking this for attention. Her body is in one piece. You look like Cat in that photo. You can't say that, bro. Her tummy hurted gulping sea monkeys? Sheesh, gulping sea monkeys by the gallon. I don't know, she scraped. Is this where Basil comes in? Like, he opens the door and then now Basil's here and helping out? Maybe he came in unannounced? Aww. This is so sad. Can you link sound effects to the images so we can understand what happens? No! What do you mean sound effects? Boing. Honk honk. Sorry, I don't know what you want. Meow. Someone clip the sound effects. Please do not. Guys, you're stressing me out. Don't say these are so good. Oh my god, I'm dead. Okay. Is this omori? Is this Basil and this is omori? Or other way around? Honka honka honka? This is Basil's hands, okay. How did he take this picture? Like with his mouth? Bezos? Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Uh-huh. The floor lines are wiggly. Do you think that means something? He had apple glasses. Oh. I'm not hearing any sound effects. I ran out. I ran out. Quack, quack. Meow. Woof, woof. Phew. I already did that one, but I like that one. This is so sad. He's quacking and meowing and woofing, huh? Yeah, that's like, cause he's so out of it. He's so confused. You know, his brain is all jumbled up. Okay, now imagine he has like an Edward Cullen consciousness hallucination, telling him telling him what to do. Just kill my sister. Hashtag Hong Kong. Hashtag with meow. That's so real. So relatable. Oh, man, that's kind of real. Like, you know the scene where he's like, lie better. I feel like that plays in my head a lot more than one would expect. Well, I feel like an average person probably thinks about that like once a month, maybe once every other month. I feel like I think about that once a week. I have an Edward Cullen that makes me feel evil all the time. I did that such a good time. Ah, you did. You need a Mori X Twilight? Sheesh. Put it on AO3, and then maybe it'll contribute to the AO3 doll. This is the violin of a killer Basil. You have your own Edward? I do. I do. But it's not like telling me normal stuff. It's just this scene where he says lie and then lie better. And that's why I like lying so much. Alright, we're tying the jump rope into a noose. Looking at sister's socks. Yup. I'm still not really sure what this toy box is. Maybe if you don't go to sleep, you get to see what that is. Jeez! Is Edward in here? You're saying Hong Kong. I don't think I can imagine Robert Pattinson saying Hong Kong. Like, genuinely, I can't hear his voice doing that. Basil zoomed in on her toes. Remember to say, okay, I'm saving. But wouldn't it be so awesome if I, like, went to sleep? Did I save over this one? Do not delete the save. Man, that makes me want to kind of delete this save a little bit. I feel like it was more red last time. Awesome, I killed Basil again. Check this shit out. I'll go out to sleep. Anything for you. Don't say what the. Look. Pretty cool, huh? You actually went to sleep? She hates Basil? I can experience this with you. That's what it was like the first time. Well, I didn't say check this shit out, but it said a very comfortable bed, and it was like, sheesh, I love comfortable beds. And then it said, would you like to go to sleep? And it's like, well, if somebody prefaces something by saying it's a very comfortable bed, do you want to go to sleep? Like, obviously, like, you're silly if you don't say yes. Do not save now. Could you imagine if I just saved over that? That'd be kind of awesome. I was just playing. Oh. Yikes, sorry. Anyways, we're feeling so serious. Check this shit out, murders Basil. It's not me murdering him. My goodness. What the? You're gonna give this poor kid, like, survivor's guilt. Just an EP girl. You're sleep maxing. That's so real. Wow, that's so awesome. If you know what death is coming and you don't do anything to prevent it, is it not your fault? Shoot. I don't know. That's like the trolley problem, right? I don't think it's your fault. Like, maybe you're not a good person, but I wouldn't say you're the one who did it. Please use tissue. Shut. Guys, that's so mean. Ugly as tissue ball. Guys, that is so mean. Oh, do you want to save Basil? That's crazy that that's how it's worded. Imagine pressing no. I can't believe that happened. No, yo, that is so messed up. She didn't watch Spider-Man. She has great power but no responsibility. I watched the Tom Holland Spider-Man. I didn't watch any of the others though. Okay, wait, everyone be quiet. This seems important. Oh, guys, that's not being quiet. Shut. Sorry, is that too loud? I feel like I messed with my sound redeems a while ago, and I don't know if they're a good volume. She's only saving Basil because chat is pressuring her. No, that's not true. Goodness. Excited for the new Spider-Man? I am. I think it looks really interesting. I don't know. I don't know who like the warrior people were in the trailer. Like that seemed really random, but I like seeing him sad. Sorry, I'm locked in. Okay, okay, I'm locked in too. I'm glad you came. It's it's so good to see you. She's muted. Am I muted? Oh, my bad. I didn't say I'm muted. I think your ears are just goofy. It's it's so good to see you. It came to you that day. The day Mari died. His eyes are glowing. When Mari fell, you you couldn't have done it. It was something behind you, wasn't it? You're a good person, Borgul. I know you're a good person. Is this Cope? Did he like hallucinate the used tissue ball and thinks that's what killed her? That's crazy coming from you. Orbs like what bad MCs? Wait, he kind of does. It'd be better if he had his flower crown on though. A good person wouldn't do something like that. After all this time, you finally come back for me. But tomorrow, you're going away. How could you do that? That's mean, Borgul. That's so mean. Scary text. I don't know how to read scary text. Uh, there's something all around us now. Can you see it, Borgul? Wait, okay, so did they plot a suicide and like execute it and then they just like haven't talked to each other since? That's so crazy. I would feel so nervous that like the other person's gonna tell. I don't know what is going on. Just give these kids an iPad or something, bro. Um, yeah, you're right. You're right. That would surely help. That's mean, Blurgle. Ha ha ha. Guys, listen, his name is Blurgle. You need to get over that. Yeah, prisoner dilemma. That would, I don't know, that would eat me alive, I think. There's no way out of this, is there? Are they gonna die together? Is this Yowie? Oh. Where are you going? Stop trying to leave me. Stop it! 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 These noises are not my favorite. I don't want to be alone. Not again. You can't leave me again. No. You wouldn't leave me. That's not like you, Blorgle. Man, that's crazy. Fellas, is it leaving someone to go to sleep? If you're sleeping on the couch, I feel like that doesn't count. I think he should have just came out on the couch with me. Why is his name the sound Ozzy made while he was drowning mid hot dog? Yeah, guys, this is so serious. I would like to know more about Ozzy drowning while eating a hot dog. Why are we talking about this while the children are about to die? Guys, yeah, I feel like. Man, imagine the last thing you do before you drown is eat a hot dog. That's so iconic. Shout out to Azumazu underscore. Oh. Set in the tone of Big Time Rush. Wow, that's so real. That's so real. Do you think that's what's playing for them right now? It's something behind you again, isn't it? Oh my god. Ah, there it is now. Do you see it? Stay away! Stay away from Blorgle! Wait, this is Yowie. He's protecting his homie. I'll protect you no matter what, Blorgle. You can count on me. When something killed Mari, when something ruined all my photos, I didn't say anything. I didn't want people to think it was you, Blorgle. Did Basil not cross out the photos? Or is he using something as like a way to separate the bad things that he does from himself? He's right behind me, like, oh my goodness. You guys are gonna want to see this. Guys, that's crazy. Can you let's all take a deep breath. Are you ready? Breathe in and breathe. um, I'm ending stream. You don't get to breathe out. Blorgle. Blorgle wouldn't do something like that. Don't worry, Blorgle. I'll save you again. Something behind you. I'll get rid of it once and for all. Ugh. Blurgle, don't be scared. I'm scared too, but this is for the best. Everything is going to be okay. Everything, whoa, is going to be okay. Yo! Thank you, I guess. Help. Okay, you can breathe out, I guess. Good thing it wasn't a loaded hot dog. It could have been worse. That's true. I guess it could always be worse if there's a loaded hot dog involved. Do you think Basil knows you let him die twice? Oh, the second time doesn't count. This is why you should have just slept again. No, guys, this is nice. Like, it sucks, but at least we're together. You hate Basil? Man. How could you hate Basil? Look at him. He's so precious. You're gonna fight him? Am I fighting him? Wait, why am I fighting him? Let's calm down. Let's maybe calm down. You tried to calm down, but your lungs fought to breathe. Uh-oh. Basil's eyes are red from crying. This is so sad. The blue orbs are too much for me. He's like a kitty cat. Lurgle isn't calm. See, because you never let Lurgle breathe out. Okay, well maybe he would know how to calm down if you didn't play Big Time Rush sound effects. Okay, maybe we persist. Michael can't focus because he can't breathe out. Jinx, guys. I'm glad you all are having a great time while this child is like low-key dying. Basil reached wait, does he reached inside Borgle? Did it say Basil reaches inside Borgle and he takes 3 damage? Is that real? Pointing finger emoji, laughing emoji.
Don't forget to
Thanks,
drop
I
those
guess.
Twitch primes while we kill this kid for the 3rd time.
Stop! Bro. Thanks. First she kills Basil. Now she's letting Borgle suffocate. Not like this. Guys, he's probably fine. Do you have to? I feel like this is even worse than going to sleep. Like, are the options literally Basil kills himself or like you kill Basil? Borgle. There's no way out of this, is there? Borgle attacks Basil. That's so... Borgle reaches inside Basil. Okay. You want to run. This is messed up. This is so messed up. Thank you so much for following, Lewis. Smack sense into him? Now you get to actively kill Basil? I feel like it's... Is it smacking sense into someone if their, like, health bar is going down? And this sucks bad. Tell me, Borgle. Am I selfish for doing this? For doing what? What are you doing? You want to run. Yeah, just don't let it go below 1. You're saying you can smack sense into your friend to the point where they're on 1 HP and that still counts? Basil's so lucky we forgot our steak knife. Bro, that's crazy. Too bad Kel took your knife. It would have been a short fight. I don't even remember Kel taking the knife. I remember when we fought Aubrey, like we had a knife, but I don't remember it ever leaving. It's ethical as long as we just edge their HP. Okay. I can't decide whether we want Basil dead or alive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is looking a little cooked. After hitting Aubrey, Kel took it. Kel took it at a park. Oh, I don't even. Sorry. I don't even remember that. Don't sing Tag and Edward Cullen. Guys, do you hate me? We're both so afraid. Why don't we just go to sleep? Why don't we just like both fall asleep on the couch together and snuggle and it's okay. Like we have shared trauma. It'll be fine. Please stop it. She hates you, Basil. I'm sorry, bro. That is messed up. Edward is a static. Ew. Man, that's so awesome. Stop struggling, Borgle. I'm so tired. Stop struggling. Is he... Are they attacking each other? It says he's reaching inside Borgle, but I don't really know. I thought that was metaphorical. Oh, the heartbeat said everything is going to be okay. That's good. That's good. He's not dead. It's okay. I think freaking out is better than dying. Okay, never mind. Everything is going to be okay. Okay, this is like worse actually. I thought maybe we could freak it and then it would be fine. But freaking it didn't even help. Kel called the couch and Aubrey took it. It's already too much on it. Ugh, man. Looking at Oracle right now in this scringly ass font is so ridiculous. Okay, well, maybe somebody should have suggested a better name. And then we wouldn't be here. I'm not really taking responsibility for that one. I mean, we're so... It's so over. They're so sad. OMG, look, it's that GIF I use. You're crazy for using that GIF, by the way. I didn't know it was so serious. You hear, like, someone making a joke about you. You post the omori crash out about to kill my best friend GIF. That's so interesting. We're listening a crazy cortisol spike right now. Oh my god. It's so over. A name like Sunny might be great. Well, I didn't want it to be like the name that was the default one. Like, I wanted it to be more personalized, but maybe we personalized too close to the sun. Can I come over and do this? Yeah, do you want to be Blurgle or Basil? Sometimes you just want to kill your best friend. For real, just girl things. That's kind of real. Okay. Wow, his... Yep, I think we edged his HP. I think it's looking pretty... It's looking pretty low. I think the smack has been... delivered. I don't really want to do this. Okay, now call in the drone? Then it's not really your fault. You can kill me if you like. Jesus, go to sleep, me thanks. Yo! Don't say that. That's real. I don't know. I get really sleepy when I'm stressed out. Like, I'll be going through the worst day of my life, and I don't know. I think taking a nap helps. Your ult bar is going wacky. Shaylee, the drop faces drone is your ult. How do I ult? Time to release the energy? It hasn't given me that option. I don't think. Man, do I have to kill him? Like, is that really just... Is that really just how it goes? Twitch Prime right now so fast can ult. Yo. She'd leave me on the couch with no blanket and I die. That's crazy. I have so many blankets all over my apartment. She'd save over me. Can't wait for Zora to hot frost. That'd be kind of fun. Yes, kill him? Girl. Quick, it's low HP. An Ultra Ball. Okay. Throw in my Ultra Ball. Is he fine? Wait, maybe he's fine.
I am eating a cannoli today and it's great. I am about to kill my son.
Is that a reference to something? Or is that just like off the dome, that's what you're gonna do? Don't worry, plants like basil are back at spring. Really? I had a basil plant that I got from the farmer's market, but it didn't come back. It just like turned into a twig. That guy's dead as hell. Why? Why won't you stop? Oh, okay, well, maybe it's so over. Wait, it's fine, it's fine. We're both at 1 HP? We're both stressed out? We can take a nap now? I hope your son runs away. I hope your son eats your cannoli. I bought a basil plant and I forgot and never watered it. I watered mine, but then whenever it turned winter, it was like, okay, the plant's dying. That's normal, that's natural. But I can't take it inside because it's like... Wait, is that the end? What? Was that... Was is that all? Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. He reached inside? What does that even mean? Do they just like punch each other to death? Um, you killed him again, womp womp. Okay, well, also killed Basil then, guys. Have you seen your face? It was looking pretty bad. That's all I know. That's just like killing Basil, guys. Wait, am I dead? Is is he a little bit? I can't tell if he's dead or not. He's not supposed to be able to walk on the streets. Basil scooped your right eye out? Wait, so like he actually reached inside, like not metaphorically? Moisturize? Excuse me. Bro, I moisturize twice a day. Heaven is where you can walk on the streets. This is heaven? You're going to get run over? Maybe it's fine. OMG Hong Kong is all coming together. Wait, it's all coming together. Wait, so they both died? So Kel and Aubrey and Hero are gonna wake up and they're gonna go into Basil's room and they're gonna see that we're both dead and they're just never gonna know why they were fighting? That's just how it is? Quack, quack, meow, woof. Oh, okay. Your acknowledgement of the truth has come at a great cost, but it is not too late for redemption. Wait, so are we not dead? Fortunately, you still know the way back home. Wait, maybe it's fine. Maybe there's redemption and it's fine. Hashtag scoop. Blurgle dropped a pizza in the end. Isn't that so awesome? Yeah, this is so awesome. Wait, did Mello actually die? Like in that scary area where it was like you stab her? That was just like a nightmare, right? Surely we did not like actually kill our sister and then frame it as a suicide and then also like stab her cat. Like there's no way that's real, right? Surely the cat died of natural causes. No way we actually got a road and a meow. This is crazy. Do you think Hector's here? We could get a wolf. You stabbed what, Mello? Well, there was like I didn't know there was another way. Like I interacted with everything in the room. And I was like, okay, well this is just a nightmare, so I guess we gotta do what the game tells us to. Poor kitty, bro! There's so many times in the game where you have to like stab someone or stab yourself to progress. I thought it was required. Surely that didn't happen. Did we kill her cat? She killed the cat too? Classic Foss genocide run. Okay. Okay. That's kind of real. That's kind of real. I killed the elder mole, the elder sprout mole, and it's just been downhill from there, I guess. Said about the cat and Basil and why are you confined? That's not true. I feel like Mari, that's just like an unfortunate situation. Like, I don't know what I would do in that situation, but it's probably so hard to do like the morally correct thing and like call your parents or the cops and be like, yeah, me and my sister fought and I low-key killed her. Like, your life is just over no matter what. So like I can understand the self-preservation of being like, Let's make it look like it's not our fault. Basil, that's cooked. That's cooked. That's cooked, but you know, they were arguing and stuff. But the cat did nothing wrong! It's nothing compared to Mellow. Listen, I'm just saying the cat has nothing to do with nothing. If you killed your sibling, I'd help you cover up the crime. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. I would not crash out and stop talking to you if you helped me cover up that crime. We are not toxic yaoi. We're healing yaoi. Holy shit, look at this cat. Hong Kong meow wolf. Guys, Kel and Hero aren't home right now. Are you happy? Oh my god. Wait, are we both dead? Are we both dead? Hi, Borgle. Wow, he really does have some orbs. I must say, those things are bright. You found your way back home. I don't know if I've ever said this properly, but I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Yo, why is this guy apologizing? He is not the one that killed my sister, I think. He just killed it out of nowhere? Is that real? Is that real or nightmare situation? Just like the blue circle emojis. Lie better. Oh my god. Basil is Edward Cullen? I think that adds up. Basil for real? Ew. That's so ugly. Thank you. When I first gave you my photo album, I really did want you to have it. But somehow, whenever I try to help, I always end up burdening you instead. Aww. This guy's done literally nothing wrong. What? Even back then. All this pain we've been feeling. The guilt in our hearts. Even if you try to bottle it all up, it all comes out somehow. I want to say that everything will be okay. That we have no choice but to carry on. But that's up to you. Aubrey, Kel, and Hero are good friends. You have to trust that they'll forgive us. I don't know. Maybe Aubrey and Kel. But if I was Hero and it was like my girlfriend's little brother, like low-key slimed her, I don't know if I would forgive him. I don't know. It's hard to truly believe that, but the photos in our album, they're not just photos. They're real memories. Our memories. It's proof of our friendship. Hold those pictures close and remember what you want to protect. Haha, I'm sorry. Looks like I'm burdening you again. Man, this is so sad. No, nothing. He just hanged your sister to help you cover up an accident. I know, but didn't they do that together? Or did Basil do that on his own without Sunny asking him to? Okay, quickly, the whole game over again, bro. 24-hour stream, but it's just omori. 24-hour stream, but it's just omori. But like 12 of the hours are in the casino. I think that would be awesome. The path to your future will open soon, but only you can decide what to do in the end. It's always Tuesday? Tuesday in it. Ugh. Thank you. Thank you for that. Happy Tuesday. Casino and Omori is girl gambling? What? What? Is that girl gambling? Well, maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're cooking. I was thinking maybe Infinity Nikki was girl gambling, but maybe that's too on the nose. Maybe you're right. It's not much, but I'll be cheering you on. Are we not in the afterlife together? Yo! What happened to Don't Ever Leave Me? Why are you leaving? Blurgle, let's make some new memories together, okay? Okay, we'll come back. Come back. I'm so stressed out. He gave the idea when Sunny was doing a mental breakdown? He did? See, how do you know that from just looking at pictures with no captions? Can't gamble better. I don't think I can do a vampire voice. Who is Sunny? I only know Blorgle. Infinity Nikki is also girl gambling. Oh, it's so good. What a good one. Why? I don't know why he left. Your acknowledgement of the truth has come at a great cost, but it is not too late for redemption. Fortunately, you still know the way back home. That's so... wow. Ouch. Oh, I can't run in the street over here. This is messed up. Can I be your internal vampire monologue? Yeah. What do you got for me besides gamble better? I already knew that one. I need I need new thoughts. You see Basil talk to Sunny and him say everything is going to be okay? Wait, really? Is that what the everything is going to be okay? So you're telling me Basil came over, saw Mari dead on the floor, and then saw Blorgle like stressed out, and Basil was like, yo, we can fix this. Man, what a good friend. Like, genuinely, I guess you could say maybe that's messed up, but like, wow. That's some real love for real, for real. You want to be Edward Cullen so bad. Wow. Last I made fan art for you. It's in your Discord server. I hope you like it. Wow, I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. Should I look at it after stream? Or do you want a live reaction? Basil is like, don't worry, I got this. It'll be fine. As he hangs his sister's sleeping body in their backyard. No, like, that's so... like, genuinely, that's so nice. I don't know. I feel like... I feel like that's so... like, wow, you're really willing to do anything for your friend, huh? I don't know. I would love a live reaction. Okay, let me finish crashing out. Let me finish freaking out, and then we can look at the fan art. Knock, knock. Kel and Hero aren't home right now. Oh, I keep thinking that's my house. It's not even my house. Oh, there's no moving sign. There's no for sale. What does that mean? All the black and white pictures are from Basil's perspective, so you can see it, yeah. Don't forget it's in the toy box. Oh, I forgot that was a thing. Oh, why would they play that song? It's also quiet as heck. Oh. Do you think his parents were always absent, or do you think it was just after Mari died? The real estate market isn't popping right now. Oh, our sister's so cute. Let's kill her. Guys, he did not do that on purpose. It is not like that. We always had a large backyard, so it's nice to finally make use of it now that there's a treehouse. The treehouse is further back, but I can still see my favorite tree. No way they hung her in his favorite tree. Okay, leftovers again. Nothing wrong with some leftovers. Whoa, a basket full of fruits? Mari is adamant about having fresh fruit in the house. Is this just the past? Is the afterlife for him just when he was happy? Oh. And Mello is here. She was playing this song the whole time. The song that we hear in our dreams? That's crazy. Purr. Good kitty. Yo. You guys know that Tumblr post that's like, in another life, we're eating pasta and nothing bad has ever happened to us? That's what this feels like a little bit. Some dirty laundry. Mari always asks me to fold laundry with her. Oh. We don't know a lot about the parents, but since the dad left after this, it's sure that he was less present. Oh, I didn't know that the dad left. I knew the mom was like just not there. Just a little cuteness aggression. Who must have been the cutest sister in the world? That's wild. It's so peak because it's also the title song of the game. Oh, that's nice. Mari's bed. And mine too when I had nightmares. A very, very comfortable bed. It used to be Mari's, but she switched with me when she noticed I had trouble sleeping. A phone that mom made me put in my room. Behind it is a detailed schedule. Mari always has everything planned out. Mari's clothes. They smell like clean laundry. Baskets full of baby toys. I haven't gotten around to throwing them away yet. Baskets full of... Okay, it's the same. Oh. This song really gets me. I think that makes sense. It's really pretty. If there was violin in it too, I think I'd explode and die. Not violin related death. You hate to see it. It would have been cute if they put violin in it. Like at some point. That would be really pretty. Mom's personal house phone. Used to be in mom and dad's room, but not anymore. Mari's collection of sheet music books. Despite Mari being organized everywhere else, these music books are a mess. There's hastily written notes on almost every page. Mom and Dad's collection of vacation souvenirs. I never liked vacations, but looking back, it wasn't so bad. Poor Ghoul. It's almost time. You've been through a lot these past few days. You must be tired. We all make mistakes. You've been running from this one for a long time now. It's tough to own up to them sometimes, but you'll forgive yourself, won't you? You can do this, Borgul. You've worked really hard to get to this point. There's only one thing left to do now. Know that I'll always be watching over you, okay? As long as you remember me, I'll be here. Okay. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. One thing left to do. I imagine it's the toy box. But I'm not really sure where that is. I just know Edward is cutting it up by the bookshelf. Girl, why would why would Edward be here? Also, if this is the afterlife, why is it like everyone? Oh, a different door. Why is it like I'm watching over you? Like, why are we not just together now? Oh, an empty clothing rack. Cardboard boxes scattered across the floor. Do you want to unlock the toy box? Yes. A little light bulb up above it, huh? Okay. Aww. They locked away the violin. You got a violin. Strands of long black hair are entangled with its strings. You got sheet music. The paper is torn and wrinkled by blood, but it can still be read. That's crazy that they kept the toy box. Unless it's only in this afterlife situation. Could you imagine? Could you imagine like murdering your sister and keeping the violin with like her hair and blood on it? Where'd she go? Violin cannot be played. Sheet music for your last recital? Can I not play it? Huh. Where'd my music go? Hello? Wow, it's so it's so bright, sorry. Um I didn't know what to do now. Oh, is this omori still? Why are we in the highway? It sounds nice at least. Oh. Hello? 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 Yes, I got just what I needed. Uh-oh. My hand doesn't look so good. You can't just tell people that, Kel. You have to keep a good poker face. Hi, hello. Hi. Um, are we just like doing that dead thing where you relive your past memories? When did you get behind me, Mari? I just got here, silly. Here, I brought cookies for everyone. Basil, are you taking a photo? Oh, yeah. Hehe. Aw, man. Don't take a photo when I'm struggling like this. Oh, don't be so dramatic, Kel. It's just a card game. Hehe. Huh? Another photo? And what's so funny anyway? Is there something you're not telling us, Basil? Don't worry about it. You'll find out soon enough. We just like doing that dead thing? Basil's just like me for real? Yeah, Basil is just like you for real. This is the other universe where we're eating pasta and nothing bad has ever happened to us? Oh, that's so awesome. You look at your hand. It's an ace and an ace. Tough luck as usual. Old TV? Kel brought it up here, but was pretty bummed when he found out he couldn't use it. A bunch of toys are scattered across the floor. The possibilities are endless. Aubrey's stuffed toy, Mr. Plant Egg. Yo, what the hell? This is so sad. You look at Kel's hand. It's a 4, a 6, and a 6. Don't look, Blorgle. It's too horrible. Sigh. I'm going to lose, aren't I? You look at Aubrey's hand. It's a 2, a 5, and a 10. What do you think, Blorgle? What should I do? Decisions, decisions. Hi, Tara. How's it going? Mari's cookies are the best, huh, Blorgle? Oh, Hero, don't be so humble. You know your cookies are way better than mine. Hey, that's subjective. Mari's cookies have much more love baked into them. I could eat them forever. Oh, stop it, Hero. You're embarrassing me. It's so nice to spend our last days of summer here. We should do this every year. Here, have a cookie. You got Mari's cookie. It was perfectly crisp on the outside and sweet and gooey on the inside. Chomp. Oh my god. Chomp mention. Look at Basil's hand. It's a jack and an ace. Shh. Don't tell anyone, okay? A stuffed toy of a girl with pink hair. A calendar. Summer vacation is almost over. Wait, this is just like Phineas and Ferb. An old toaster. It does not make toast. I don't want to leave. My best friend used to play violin 4 years ago. He also fell down the stairs. Oh my god, it's all coming together. Can we all play cards in a cute little house with this song playing? Yeah, I think that would be incredibly sad. But yeah, I think that would be so awesome. With cookies? Sheesh. Are you sure you want to go? Okay, well, don't ask me that. I don't really want to. Here's cookbooks. Mari bought them for his birthday. What game are we playing? What's your guys' favorite card game? I like Love Letter a lot. Video grapes! Oh my god, we gotta go to Costco. Gotta go to Costco for that one. That'd be kind of awesome. I really like Coup. Oh. I don't know if I like Coup the most. It's just okay. Unless I'm confusing it with something else. Is that a social deception game? I'm not the biggest fan of the ones where you have to lie. I don't really know card games. I just wanna... Okay, we all play solitaire separately. Kel's shoes that he forgot to take home last week. I love line games. OMG, I hate line games too. I mean, it's just so hard. Because people will be like, oh, Foss, you're lying. You're suspicious. And then if I am, then it's like, shoot, I don't know what to say to that. Like, nah. But if I'm not, then it's like, shoot, I don't know what to say to that. Nah. And then I feel like no matter what, anytime I'm confronted, it just does not go so well. Listen, I love lying But I don't like being called out for lying. And in games with lying involved, then you have to be called out. And that one's a bit rough. That one's a bit rough. I like lying because I can just say someone is lying and it works out. No, like literally. People just do that. They'll be like, ugh, Foss, you're lying. It's like, man, no matter what I say, I feel like I look bad. I hate when I'm accused of lying and I'm telling the truth. I fight for my life for real. Yeah, but like, what if you are lying and you're accused of lying? Then you also have to fight for your life. Either way, you're fighting for your life, and it just kind of sucks. You don't know the English names of card games? Oh. Well, you can just say it in your, like, native language. And then we'll just be like, oh, I haven't heard of that one. Among Us Dream Win? That literally sounds so incredibly not fun. Like, I would do it if people wanted to do it, but just know I'm stressed out and sweating. Okay, I guess we're leaving. I think we clicked on everything we could. You remembered. The smell of freshly baked cookies? That is so sad. It smelled better knowing that Mari made it from scratch. The violin mended a part of itself. Oh. Wait, are we fixing the violin? Oh, I can run. Look at him waddling in the rain. 99 nice stream win. Shit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It might be too scary for us. Oh, wait, cute. I played a lot of Bella Conche. Not sure it's the same. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Shaylee. Surely there's a version in English. Hi, Garrett. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch and hydrate. What if I told you I'm like low-key out of lemonade? Like, I don't really got anything. You can like munch on the pulp on the side of the cup. I tried looking this up and all the results are French, girl. And there. The watermelon's all cut up. Come on, everyone. Take a slice. Yay. Thank you, hero. Look at you. Such a big, strong man. Ew. Aw, not now, Mari. Haha. Woohoo! Nothing beats a nice, juicy watermelon on a hot summer day. Munch, 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 munch. Munch, 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 munch. Cute. I love that game. I played all the time. Really? I only played it the one time. Does it not get repetitive? Oui, oui, baguette, baguette? What the? What the? Don't say baguette. I hate when people call out my lying. Yeah. It's really, truly unfortunate, huh? Hey, don't take a picture of me while I'm eating, Basil. Ah, I'm sorry, Aubrey. I just thought you looked cute. I'll show you when it's ready. Well, okay, fine. I trust you, Basil. What game are you guys talking about? I was focused on the Conche. Um, um, I was talking about 99 Nights. I don't know what anyone else was talking about. Okay, but hear me out. You kind of cooked on Scamline? Sheesh, I did kind of cook, huh? Is that a game that you have to lie, though? Maybe. Guys, come on. We're at the beach. We're supposed to be relaxing. Let them play, hero. They're just teasing each other. Remember how we were when we were younger? I used to hide bugs in your desk all the time just to see your reaction. You were always so funny. Wait, that was you? Oh, whoops. Am I in trouble now, Hero? Hehe. Okay, low-key, these two are so cute. I do fear that they would be kind of insufferable to hang out with, though. If they're just always flirting. 99 nights. Awesome. 72 grapes. Shit. You could also... You could solo speedrun 99 nights? Playing it solo sounds so buns. Cause like you need it's nice when people are like helping you get food and like wood and stuff. Why would you why would you do that on your own? I didn't know it was the first time. I didn't know it was it was you the first time I did pink shit. Wait, I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, I kind of slayed, huh? Think you can do it? You're an expert in it. I'll think about it. ... Blech. Ew, gross. Stop spitting seeds on me, Kel. Haha, you have seeds all over your face. Well, how about this then? Bleh. Ew, stop it, Aubrey. You're going to give me cooties. Hey, Blurgle. Did you want to see the photo of Aubrey? Aww. Isn't it crazy how much game there is if you don't kill Basil? Well, kill Basil anyway. You know, sometimes sleeping is the play. I don't know what to tell ya. Solo better than Among Us? I don't know. I've never played it solo. But I do think I like 99 Nights better than Among Us. Just in general as a concept. Gotta like a little thank you for that. Aubrey is so cute, isn't she? 99 Nights Among Us. 2 monitors stream at the same time. Wow. I'm really thinking about that one. People are gonna be like, Fast, I saw you vent. I'm gonna be like, nah, I was chopping wood in the other game that I'm playing, actually. Ew, gross. Oh, wait. I thought talking to them differently would have different stuff. My plastic bag. Functional. Okay, swag. Basil's tote bag. It's a little small, but he likes it. Yo, shout out tote bags. What a good one. Kel's backpack. It's way too big for him. Aubrey's pouch. It fits her perfectly. Wow, I'm so glad that they wrote all the different bags that everyone has. Mari's beach bag. It matches with Hero's. Aww. Hero's beach bag. It matches with Mari's. Mari's picnic basket. Would you like to save? I guess so. I don't know which of these are important other than 2. Surely Orange Oasis was not that deep. She was fighting the cultists. Real. Man, what a cool game. You have so many files saved? Well... That's pretty awesome, right? When I play games, I only have 1 save file. Is that toxic? I don't think that's toxic. It's a little stressful. You're kind of like living life on the edge. Because like, what if you accidentally go to sleep? Then you have to replay the whole entire game. But you know, I think there's something kind of beautiful about that. You know, you really... You're really living life to the fullest. With no going back. No regrets. A beach chair. Couldn't be me. I always have a billion. But then I don't really remember what the point of the other ones are. It's more for aesthetics, I think. We see, I did that, but then I just watched someone else. Wow. That's kind of awesome. You remembered the taste of watermelon. tasted more delicious when you ate it with everyone in the hot summer. The violin mended a part of itself. Isn't it a little bit cruel to, like, heal yourself after it's already too late to, like, you know, have that healing be worthwhile? Why couldn't we do this before we, like, killed our best friend and then also got killed? Doomed to failure! Oh, you're, you're making me sad. Don't say that. What the hell? Looks like everyone fell asleep. I guess it's just us three now. Everyone must be feeling sleepy after such a big meal. Thank you for cooking for all of us, Hero. Aw, it was nothing. I'm just practicing a little. I'm glad you all liked it. One day you're going to be a world-famous chef, and you're gonna cook me lots of yummy food. Huh? Wait, I am? Of course you are. I believe in you, Hero. Well, if you say so. I'm glad you're using your camera more now, Basil. You seem to be enjoying your new hobby. Yeah, I guess it's pretty fun once you get the hang of it. Wait a sec. There's something strange in this photo. Sniff, sniff. Hector! How could you? Womp. Your emojis are so cute. Thank you. Oh my goodness, you can use them since you are subscribed with Twitch Prime. Sheesh. Edward emoji. If someone can find a little Edward PNG, I'll replace the Dr. Ed man with Edward. But this is so cute. Hey, Blurgle. I took a photo of everyone earlier. Wanna see? Aww. They're so cute. This could have been such a good shot, but Hector had to ruin the photo with his poop. Sigh. I low-key did not see any poop in that photo. Maybe I can cover it up with tape later. Oh, hey, little brother. Sorry, did we wake you up? You look so peaceful sleeping there. Reminds me of when you were just a baby. Hey, Blurgle. Can I poke your brain for a minute? I really love cooking and all, and Mario always says I'm really good, but my parents want me to become a doctor. Do you think I should become a chef? Yo, he didn't say anything about what he wanted. What the? Someone please send her an Edward PNG. Now, sheesh. This is so awesome. It is so awesome. I think Kira should do whatever he wants. I guess, yeah. Haha, maybe. We're still young. We should dream big, right? But yeah. My mom's gonna have something to say about that. Oh, it's so cute. Mari's cookies. I like the chomp chomp noise. Wow. A group of pinwheels blow freely in the wind. Meow woof. I think all my sound effects were like pretty spot on, I must say. Bunch of toys in the grass. Wow. Wow, amazing. You remembered the feeling of sleeping in Mari's lap. I felt more comfortable because you knew that no matter what, Mari would always keep you safe. Aww. The violin mended a part of itself. You did so good, thank you! Boyoyoyoing. Maybe the boyoyoing is symbolic of the toys. Or something. I wonder how many we have left. Surely there's not one for every single photo, right? I think my voice is gonna give out. Oh, cute. Is the violin strings breaking? Oh. Do you think it would sound like that? I don't know. Someone go cut a violin string and then tell me what it sounds like. Hey Blurgle, hey Basil. What took you guys so long? Sorry. We got carried away playing this new game where you fight each other with these things called pet rocks. Basil, Basil. Take a picture of my new raincoat. Oh, okay. One sec. They're all so cute. You suck playing Omori forever. Aw, hell nah. I'm gonna explode, I think. Bat rock clashing mentioned. Shit. Do you guys know I'm the top player in the whole game? Do you like it, Blurgle? It's my favorite color, pink. Ew, pink is a gross color. No, it's not, Kel. You're a gross color. That doesn't even make sense. Oh, Blorgle, that reminds me. Mari and I were talking about dyeing our hair together. Mari says she's going to dye her hair purple. Purple? You want to know what color I chose? Wait, are you saying you want to dye your hair pink? Ew, that's weird. Why would you ever do that? I don't know. I just thought it would be cute. That's so sad because her hair is pink. And she probably thought about Mari when she did that. Oh. The fedora to prove it? That's crazy. Their hair colors in the dream? Oh. Does Mari have purple hair in the dream? Why would you ever want pink hair? Yo! You know, some people think pink hair is cute. Dot, 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 dot. I don't know. I just thought it would be cute. Mari thinks so too. I'll never understand you two and your crazy ideas. I think pink would look good on you, Aubrey. What do you think, Blurgle? Why is this a yes or no question? Blurgle says that he thinks pink is a great color. See, even Basil and Blurgle agree. You're the one who's weird, Cal. Psh, whatever. You said you and Basil were playing that new Pet Rocks game? Maybe I should get into it too. Hey, I know. Why don't we go to Hobbies to check if they have any new stuff? Yay, that settles it. One day I'm going to dye my hair pink. But maybe not anytime soon. My dad is kind of strict about these things. Did her dad leave? I feel like in the church they were arguing and then people were whispering about her dad, but I don't remember what happened to him. I think maybe he left. What is it, Blurgle? Do you want to see the photo? Oh, so cute. He always asks to look at my photo whenever I take any pictures of Aubrey. Do I maybe sense a little crush? You feel your ears turning red. Hehe. Don't worry, I won't say anything. My lips are sealed. Aww. I like this rainy sound. What a nice song. Oh, are you going on ahead, Blurgle? Don't worry about us. We'll catch up in a minute. Okay, the place where it rains. It's raining somewhere else. Man, you remembered the sound of falling rain as it hit your umbrella. It sounded more calming knowing that you were standing next to your best friends. The violin mended a part of itself. Yay! Hello. It's Raintown before Frost forgets. Which way? Faucet's turn! Yo! The faucets in Raintown didn't even line up with, like, correct faucets, right? Isn't it, like, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey? But then in Raintown, it was flipped. So that is not my fault, probably. She was gonna end like 2 hours ago. I know. I can feel it. I can feel it in my throat a little bit. But I need to know what happens. Are you sure you don't want to be in the photo, Borkle? Borkle is a bit camera shy. We all have those days, don't we? It's okay, Borkle. You'll get used to it soon enough. Hehe. It was righty tidy, but you said the left was tidy. I did. You should get water. I don't have. I have. Okay. Die. Okay. You did not have to redeem that. I was gonna do it anyway. Thank you. Hold on. Let me put on some peak for you. Alexa, play the place where it rained. Am I Alexa? Here you go. Maybe. Okay, there you go. And then check this out. Hold on. Here you go. They're they're dancing to they're dancing to the song. Okay, I'll be right back. Have so much fun. Oh my goodness, hi, I'm back. Oh my goodness, hi, I'm back. Look, I'm so hydrated. This is a song that plays when we all play Pilote Conche. Is that how you say that? Hi, welcome back, Lewis. The stream is so long. I'm doing my homework myself with no help. This is so sad. Can you just type the prompt in the chat and then I'll tell you what to do. Um Hold on. Is everybody out of ad jail? I think you should be. I think you should be. It should be fine. Okay, hold. Okay, I'm holding. This is a long stream, huh? But don't worry, it'll be so worth it when we get to the ending and then Borgle and Basil kiss and then they like go to the next afterlife together. Wow, this cake looks so amazing. You've really outdone yourself this time, hero. Oh my god, wait, sorry, Toby Fox is playing. Teehee. Yay, thanks, hero. I love strawberries. Oh, that's such a cute cake. Basil, Basil, what wish are you going to make? Hey, you can't ask that, Aubrey. Or else it won't come true. Huh? Is that how it works? Then, in that case, I wish that Kel would get straight A's in school. Hey, you can't do that. Hmm. A wish? Uh, but what should I wish for? I have everything I could want right here. Aww. Oh, I know. Hehe. I think I'll wish for. Just kidding. It's a secret. Oh man. I hate secret wishes. I think everyone should always tell their wishes. Everyone learned how to play Billet Con Che when you were lurking? What? You're telling me I left to get a drink and then everybody started learning how to play cards? Write a 500, oh my god, 500 to 750 word analytical rationale that explains the flow of information and why it works the way it does, discusses barriers to access and how they could be addressed, connects your analysis to professional frameworks for access and equity, reflects the implication for LIS practice in your area of interest. Oh god, I'm not saying that. Okay, what's your area of interest? I will surely be able to cook that one. I wish for bald foss. Okay, that's crazy and also mean. Never mind. Wishes don't come true when you say them out loud. I just decided. Aw. I want to know though. Guys, if we don't hurry, the candles are going to melt. Oh my god, did you guys know that you can eat candles on birthday cakes? Maybe I'll get extra points if I do it in French? Wait, yo! Wait, that would be so awesome. I wish you bluebirds in the spring. Damn. Wow. That's so nice. Man, what the hell? It's creating a resource list for the unhoused. Do that on your birthday? Ugh, I'll have to wait a little bit for that one. You're creating a resource list for the unhoused. And you have to explain the flow of information and why it works the way it does? What does that have to do? What does the flow of information have to do with the resource list? Let me link you my flow model. Okay, okay. Don't even worry. This is surely in my wheelhouse. What is a wheelhouse? Wow! Audrey! um, is it fine? Is it fine that everybody in the chat can click on that and see your homework? Is that doxing information at all? Is that um hold on, let me click on this. It's view only? Okay. Well, it doesn't like have your school in it or anything, does it? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. um, um, let's hack it to change your homework. I don't think so. Is crazy. Let me let me pull this up. Let me let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. I'm about to delete this whole project. Okay, creating a resource list for the unhoused. So we start with policy creation, and then we go to either social work collaboration or program response. So I guess it's like a choose your own adventure, huh? The library synthesization. Wow, hi everyone. Higher up confirmation, patron access, public impact, or equity barriers. Public impact. Wait, why you have equity barriers on here twice? Can we put Edward PNG in the middle? Is this gonna Okay, I think this is good. I think you're ready to turn it in. Um so you have to write a 500 word rationale that explains this? I'm low-key like confused on what your assignment is. Lie better. Oh wow, look at those orbs. This is mm. I'm just saying, like, if I am ever in an unhoused situation, like, I think this would help me out quite a bit. Oh, wow. Thank you for that. He's even perfectly see-through so he can still kind of read. Isn't that so awesome? Yeah, that's why it's ready to turn in, I think. I forgot the special homework cutscene when you see homework. Yeah. It's a really, really rare, like, fun number event type situation. And so, thank goodness you all were here to witness history. It's built on our assignment from last week, but I wasn't committed enough to the bit to explain that. Oh, wow. I like that it's named It was originally my class and last name. Wow, you're. Please, please stay safe out there. I'm so worried for you. Okay, guys, the candles are melting. Are we all ready to sing? Yeah, you bet. Did you want to start us off, Mari? Sure thing. Ahem. And a one, two, three, four. Am I supposed to sing? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Basil. Happy birthday to you. Woohoo! Blow out your candles, Basil. Make a wish. Aww. Every Tuesday we should do Audrey's homework together. Yo, that's kind of awesome, I think. My dream, I do have homework due every Tuesday for this class. Sheesh! I'll put that on my schedule. You remembered Basil's smile as he was about to blow out his birthday candles. Oh my god, do you think this is a knife that we stabbed people with? But you also remembered, as Basil made his wish, you made one too. At that time, you wished for everyone to be happy. Aww. The violin mended a part of itself. OMG knife cameo! Sheesh! Do you think that's the knife we stab people with? Is so funny. Well, I was gonna say Basil, but I don't know if we like actually stabbed Basil. I don't really know how we killed him. But we definitely stabbed Aubrey, I think. and ourselves. So that's something. Wow. A new basketball? Thanks, bro. No problem, Kel. You can thank me by doing a little better in school. Uh-huh, you bet. Okay, Blurgle, it's time for you to open up your present. Oh my god, Ozzy's playing Realm of the Mad God Exiled. This year, you get just one present. From all of us. It probably doesn't look like much, but we all had to save up for it together. Where are these children's parents? Yeah, me and Basil even started selling cookies and lemonade in the summer. And Mari and I took a job at the bakery for a while, if you remember. And me? I delivered newspapers every morning for like 3 months. Wait, that's so cute. And you know how much I hate mornings. They worked so hard to get this violin, and then he smashed it and killed his sister. I think we took the knife at Basil's house and keep it more than 4 years in our house as our steak knife. Was it at Basil's house that we took the knife? Oh, maybe that's true. But wouldn't we have had Basil's, like, birthday thing at his house? I'm just saying, it could be a cameo. Don't call me out. Oh, sorry. We know this might be a lot of pressure, but it's been a while since you quit playing the violin. Mari told us about how you always sit in the room with her when she's practicing the piano. And there was even one time I caught you trying to play your old mini violin, even though it was too small for you. Anyway, this was Basil's idea, but we all decided to pitch in for a really nice one. So, yeah. We hope you like it, Blurgle. This is from all of us to you. Oh. Wow. Aww. Everyone's so happy. Ta-da! It's your very own violin. We hope you like it, Blurgle. Go on and try it out. I want one of the sweaters. I really like Basil's with the poinsettias. You felt a tingling in your fingers, as if on its own. Your body readied the violin to play. Ah. Oh. I thought it would be a whole song. We just get to hear one note. I love that you always know what flower we're looking at. I really like flowers. I really like flower identification. Poinsettias aren't true flowers, though. Like the red Christmas ones. The things that look like petals are actually leaves. And you have to put them in a dark closet to get them to do that. They don't do that very often in nature. You remembered the anxious feeling in your heart as you played the first note of your new violin. That it scared you, but you didn't mind. Because they believed in you. Oh, there are a lot of different things to buy. Oh, at the Omo Cat shop. I've never heard of that. Is that like a store for omori stuffs? With a good quality? Thank you. You didn't know that? Yeah, I don't know. My dad bought one of those from Aldi when I was younger, and the leaves didn't stay red. And then we looked it up, and it was like, oh, you have to keep them in the dark, because I think it's like low key a stress response for them to turn red like that. But they sure are pretty, and no matter what, you didn't want to disappoint them because they were your friends. Yikes! This is so sad. The violin regained its shape. Oh my goodness. You gotta be so close. Oh my gosh, there's so many. I like left. You remembered the feeling of sleeping in Mari's lap. It felt more comfortable because you knew that no matter what, Mari would always keep you safe. Was this all of them? You remembered Basil's smile as he was about to blow out his birthday candles. Why is it so sad and dark? You remembered the anxious feeling in your heart as you played the first note on your new violin. Huh. Release me. Omocat is the creator and the shop is really nice. There's some really cute stuff on there. Oh. I didn't know the creator was called Omocat. That's cute. Hello. Blurgle. You're finally here. After this point, it's going to be up to you. You know, before we met, I had a lot of trouble fitting in. Even after we all became friends. I always assumed you were going to leave me eventually. But when the others were busy doing things, you always seemed to have time for me. Aww. You would listen to me talk for hours and hours. I could always rely on you to do that. I know we've missed out on each other for the past 2 years, but it doesn't have to stay that way. People always tell me that I'm dense or that I'm kinda careless, but I'll always be here if you're okay with that. Aww. Lorgle, we know that you're not someone who likes to take the lead. This has been really hard for you, but you have to put a little bit of trust in us too. Just because you've done something bad doesn't make you bad. You've had to live with this pain for so long, and you've been keeping it all inside. It might be easier to ignore your problems, but it's okay to cry about them too. There's more good times to come. Aww. Life gets better. You can be the one to make that happen. Oh. Oh. Look at them. Sheesh. Whatever happens next is going to be your call. But we're here for you because you want us to be. And we really hope that this isn't goodbye. Oh. I want the vinyl so bad, but I'm not on social media very often. So I didn't know it was a thing till it was too late. Oh, was it like a one-time only kind of situation? That's so sad. It's so beautiful, but I don't have money. That's kind of real. At least it's on Spotify. Maybe you could burn a CD. You could burn an Omori CD. That would be kind of cute, I think. Mari's picnic basket. Would you like to save? Yeah. Oh, the name is question marks. Or sorry, the time is question marks. Backstage. We believe in you, Borgul. Do we get to play the violin? They're not even here! This is horrible. An empty music stand. Do you want to place down your sheet music? Professional fellow conche player. Wow. Does anybody know if that game has an English name? Or is it just called that? There's no other word for it. I hope that's the word for like Jim Remy. You could burn in a more CD. Yeah! Wouldn't that be so cute? DVD? What? DVD. Thanks for that. Sorry, I just wanted to say it weird like you. Okay, well, a CD and a DVD are different. Oh, man, thanks for that. You place the sheet music onto the music stand. The stage is ready for you. Do you want to play the violin? Ugh, okay. Okay, I guess so. Whoa. Sweetheart's Wedding. Google says it's also called Coin Clinch, and it's similar to Bridge. I don't know how to play Bridge. Oh. I don't know anything about Bridge other than I think it's like one of those games that old people really like. Like when people think about stereotypical old people, they think about like Bridge. And that's all I know about it. Billet Conquiche is called Coinch. It's in fact most used. Wait, everyone be quiet. Uh, uh, what? Yo. That was so beautiful. They, they only ever played it separate. Shut up! Bro, now is not the time. They, they never got to play it together. This is sad as hell. Someone play Big Time Rush again. Jen. Man. Ruined. Thanks for that. They never got to play together. I'm throwing up right now. Why? Why? Why couldn't it be together? Was this not... Is this not heaven? Oh. Hello. Oh. Is this what dying feels? Oh. Okay. What? We have to fight Omori. Is this not me? What the? Wow! Thank you so much. Crying, screaming, throwing up. Oh. Okay, well that's nice. Encore? Cherish? Allegro? Okay. Yeah, let's do music things. Why are we fighting ourselves? Like, that's us. I don't know. Yo. Mori stabs Borgul. It hit right in the heart. Do you think that the knife that Basil stabbed himself with is like the same knife that we stab ourselves with? In kind of like a cinematic situation? Oh, I should have done Encore first, huh? Oh well. You remembered Kel's words. Friends. Friends are supposed to be there for each other. Aww. Don't call it a cinematic situation. Okay, well, I don't know what else to call it. Like, they stabbed each other with the same... Like, they stabbed themselves with the same knives. Isn't that kind of beautiful in a way? Is this not a cinematic situation that we're in right now? Death of self? Omori did not succumb. It's kind of sad. Ego dub GG next. Ugh, guys. It's kind of sad though. I feel like maybe It would be better to take good care of yourself. At least like the version of yourself that got you through hard times. You shouldn't get rid of them. Die better! Aw, hell nah. Do a backflip first, I guess. You remembered Aubrey's wish. I hope you can find some peace, or some happiness. Omori erases the enemy. Aw, hell nah. Leave a tree like a spider monkey. It's actually hold on tight, spider monkey. Edward's not the one who's a spider monkey. So, yikes. Not a real Twilight fan, I guess. Ouch! You caused so much suffering, yet you do nothing. And so, you've earned nothing in return. Damn, that's kinda harsh, huh? You love Twilight, huh? I'm actually... real. Is that real? I didn't even know you liked Twilight like that. That's kind of awesome. You were here. Oh my goodness. It's kind of messed up. I feel like this should be like Steven Universe, where he reunites with himself and like has a little hug. But this is just kind of depressing, I think. Your friends will never forgive you. They'll abandon you like you did them. And that's what you deserve. Let's calm down, perhaps. Omori is blorgling blorgle. Don't say blorgling like that's a real verb. Allegro, go. I wish it was just a watermelon blorgle like Steven Universe. What? That would be kind of awesome. I feel like that happened in a Nightmare universe, maybe. Like the black space. I feel like I was cutting up watermelons and then one of them was a person. But that's kind of fuzzy. I really do not remember what happened there. Stabbing yourself. Don't cost nothing. Well, it costs a little bit. Why did not succumb? Ugh! I don't like when there's things that are not pixel art in my pixel art game. Really not my favorite. Omori did not succumb. Man, isn't kind of messed up. I'm so sad I missed Black Space. Black Space was pretty rough, I must say. Shout out to the grabby hands. Oh, yeah, I guess. Shout out to them. You tell yourself that you don't want to burden others, but the truth is that you're selfish. You just don't want people to depend on you. This is kind of real. This part means so much to me, actually. It's sad. It's so sad. I don't want him to do this to himself. I missed all the game. I'm sad too. Louis, I'm so sorry. It's okay, I'll play it again. Did you go through all the black doors? Yes. Like whenever the red door came up, I was like, that's scary. And I tried to go to all the other ones first. I feel like I missed some symbolism because I did not know what was going on. Sticky slap hands. Like the things from arcades? Okay. Those are in this game. That's kind of poggers. When did you think about others? How long are you going to let people take care of you? You say you care, but you're a liar. You've never done anything for anyone else. You're useless. Less than useless. You're sick. Ugh. Ouch. He's kind of spitting bars. She's gonna play it every Tuesday for the rest of her life. We got a VOD watch. Man, chat cannot make up their minds, huh? I don't... every Tuesday. What if I want to play Danganronpa 3? Have you considered that? Do you think they have slinkies in the arcade or in Omori? Both probably, yes. People like you don't deserve to live. Ouch. Is this Danganronpa 3 at home? Play Danganronpa on another day, Freak Bob. Okay, but the thing is, if I'm playing more than one story-based game, that you kind of have to either have played it or seen it before, or you have to be there for every single stream, I just feel like it's really rough. You know? Because if you're following along with my playthrough, and then you miss a stream, then it's like, well, I don't know what's happening anymore, and then I'm not watching anymore. And it's just kind of rough out here, you know? Okay, you can't say that. You can't say that. People just, like, won't show up. You need more committed fans? Okay, well, that would be nice, I guess, but I just...
Eat shit and die,
not
you
everybody...
lurkers.
Okay, that's messed up. That's messed up. I love my lurkers. You know, not everybody can be here all the time. Do I have a name for chat? No. I just call them chat. I don't know. When I first like planning out streaming stuff, I thought maybe foxes would be cute. And then maybe I thought sock monkeys would be cute. But it's just kind of cringe to say that. So you're just chat. I don't know how to write. That's normal. You can't see it. I don't know how to write. What can't you write? Norglings? Freak Bobs. You suck, monkey. I'm pinning that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll keep workshopping. I'm not gonna call everyone a Freak Bob. That's a bit interesting. My name is Chat. Wow, my name is Chat too. Wow, it's so nice to meet you all. Anyway, watch this white boy do a backflip. People like you don't deserve to live. Oh, he like Loki already said that. I kind of don't want to hear that anymore. So cat for you? Cat? Oh! Chat in French is cat? That's kind of awesome. If I... how do I vote? If you are on a computer, at the top of the chat, there should be the thing that says current full, and you can press the little down arrow. If you're on mobile, I low-key don't know. It's like somewhere. Maybe. Perhaps. Norglings, Freak Bobs, Sock Monkeys, Dead Lurkers. Why is this such a mean-spirited poll? This poll is a bit biased. Oh, I didn't make it. I don't know. I just didn't look. I'm sorry. Why didn't you look? Freak Bobs rise up? Okay, well, you can call yourself that. I don't know if I personally want to call you that. That just seems a bit too mean. I've been saying that? Freak Bobs say winning? I'm low-key on my phone right now. Gotta hide the pins to vote mobile. Oh, I see. Why are you on your phone? Isn't it? Isn't it like 9 a.m.? And isn't your bed like 1 foot away from your chair? Get in there, soldier. Lock in. Lock in, lock in. Look at the pleb. Hello, Freak Bob. Wow. So nice. Hi, it's Freak Bob. Thanks for answering. Okay, guys, we're locking in. You remembered Hero's promise. Last time, we made the mistake of leaving each other when we needed each other the most. This time, we'll stay together. Aww. Surely he dies. He's really bloody, so surely he dies at this health bar. Next time you play Omori, you should name it That's... Ooh, that's... Thinking about it. Yeah, okay, that's awesome. Freak Bobs are so locked in right now! Yo! It's a good pull, right? I mean... who voted dead lurkers? Okay, well... Also, I thought Audrey said I am a sock monkey in all caps with like 6 exclamation points. So I don't know why there's not a vote for sock monkeys. Someone needs to take your sticks away from you. Yeah, I don't know how many sticks we're working with, but it's a little cooked. Can't the chat be called Corporal? Why would the chat be called Corporal? In what in what situation would that be useful? I'm just wondering. She's fake? Yeah, she's seeming a little fake, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. I'm a sock monkey, but I'm also a freak Bob. Duality of man. The two Bobs inside of you. Oh, wow. Every day you wake up and you have to decide which Bob. What am I looking at? Is this Mari's hair? What is this? I don't know. I don't like it so much. I don't like it so much at all. Dominion or today. What do you mean or dad? Yo. That's so funny. Hi, Groudon. How's it going? Oh, wow. 67% of people voted Freak Bobs. Alright. Thanks, Freak Bobs. I'm glad we, sorted that one out. Why is my face in here? Is this you? You remembered Basil's hope. Maybe, sorry, I'm thinking about Dad. I meant to type to Bob. I don't know what happens. I don't know. I like Dad better. 6-7? Oh my god, wait, check this out. Wait, don't look at my friend's homework. Look at my Plank alarm's going off. I've never streamed this song. Well, I have streamed this song. I haven't streamed this song in a while. Check this out. If you Google 6-7, it's pretty awesome. It's Plank time. That's great, sweetie. Yo. It's okay. I'll snooze it for 15 minutes and it'll be fine. Ah, doing good just watching anything on Twitch recommendations. Wowee. I hope you're having a great time. Chat Freak Bobs, you should all join me on a journey. That's so terrible. Aw, Jen, you don't want to plank? You don't want to plank? But imagine if all the Freak Bobs had abs. Wouldn't that be so cool? 3-minute timer starting now. Oh, maybe give me 15 minutes first. Maybe one day, things can go back to the way they were before. Your friends are wrong about you. The person they love isn't you at all. You let them believe in a lie to protect yourself. That's kind of horrible. He's kind of serving up realness, but in like a horrible way. Every night at 9 p.m. you have to plank for as long as you can? As long as you can! Wait, so... Audrey, are you doing it to where when you fall down, you just stop? I've been doing it to a whole song. Dad does not have abs. You're doing it... I hope you're doing your plank while typing in chat. Wait, that's kind of awesome. You can go on Twitch Mobile and watch my stream while you're planking right now. You're nothing but a liar. And when they see the truth, they'll hate you as much as you hate yourself. Sheesh. I have school tomorrow and it's 2 a.m. but I want to see the end. I'm actually gonna die. Sorry, I'm locking in. I'm locking in. Oh, my stats fell. If they knew the truth, you'll never be able to regain their trust. Sorry, if they know the truth, you'll never be able to regain their trust. No matter what you do, it will be hopeless. And all you'll do is make things worse. It would be better to just die. Youch. I think I'm gonna switch to how you do it. I turned my alarm back on, don't worry. But I also snoozed it. You will be done in 15 minutes. I think so. I just snoozed it 31 times. Till it's 1 a.m. Is sleeping a form of blinking? Slinking for today. No, I think if you start slinking, that's when your best friend low-key stabs themselves. Womp womp. It's okay. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna end stream and then we're gonna all plink, okay? And it's gonna be so awesome. Alarmed mid-slink. Truly, it be like that. Oh my god. Wait, I'm so unhealthy. I need cherish. Why can't I cherish? It doesn't cost nothing. Ouch. It would be better to just die. Ugh. I'm planking vertically on my feet. Are you... Okay, but are you actually like putting your arms up? Or are you just standing? You gotta engage your core somehow. I don't even know what plank means. I'm lost. What? Okay, no, it does not mean... It does not mean wood. It's when you like lay on your forearms and you're like holding yourself up on your forearms and like your toes. And it's supposed to be good for your core. And it's kind of awesome. Okay. My arms are up. Holding my mug of desert, by the way. Not a mug of dessert, a mug of desert. You've got sand in a mug. That's kind of awesome. I'm kind of jealous of you. Dessert. What's it? Is it like a mug cake? Sorry, buddy. You're not beating the allegations. Okay, I think I got him this time. Maybe, perhaps. Maybe, perhaps? Omori will not succumb. Man. Oh, cherish. Sanding pear. Shit! Is Tahoe a Filipino thing? Oh. of that before. What's in it? Remember Mari's request. You'll forgive yourself, won't you, Blurkle? No. I'm so stupid, it's actually a literal translation to French. Oh. You're not stupid, just a freak Bob moment. Don't say a freak Bob moment. French Bob. Wow, that's awesome. A popular Filipino snack and breakfast comfort food made of fresh, soft silken tofu, arnabal, sweetened brown sugar syrup, and sago pearls, similar to tapioca pearls. That sounds so good. I've never had sweet tofu, but that sounds so nice. Soy drink of sorts. Yo. Do you eat it with a spoon or a straw? Plinkus said planche, and doing the planche is the exercise. Oh, wait! Planche time. I'm gonna change my alarm from plank to planche. That would be so awesome. Sago, sugar syrup. I've had sago before. There's a hot pot restaurant that has some sort of sago something. They're pretty awesome. Spoon, you can eat it or drink it. Yo, that sounds so nice. Yo. You killed Mario. Oh, sorry. We're... Walk in, Freak Bobs. You killed Mari. She loved you, and you killed her. Blurkle feels afraid. Oh. Don't worry, we're calming down. Wait, I really vibe with these noises. A little part of it sounded like the beginning of Golden Winds. Does anybody hear what I'm saying? On watch. Guys, stop. You're killing me. Wow. Oh, sorry. Hero loved her, and you killed her. This is what my ring sounds like, I think. You're locking. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. I feel like I need to calm down. Sounds like a JoJo stand. Oh, I don't know what a JoJo stand sounds like. But the beginning of the song sounds like that, I think. Aubrey loved her and you killed her. Do you think this is on Spotify? Kel loved her and you killed her. Basil loved her and you killed her. Oh. Kinda sounds like King Crimson or Moody Blues. I don't think I'm familiar with either of those. Ugh. You loved her and you killed her. Please don't be afraid. Oh my god, what a crazy time to raid. Hi Yuki, hi raiders. Hi, it's so good to see you. My name is Fust. We're at a really wow. We're like right in the middle of Omori, like the ending. And it's kind of scary. But it's so good to see you. You were playing Klonoa too? I have never heard of that. I hope you had such a good time. Hi, demons. Perfect moment to not get spoiled. Yeah, if anyone's gonna be playing Omori, maybe this is like a... Maybe close the tab, like, immediately, like yesterday. But if you don't care, I'm happy to have you! Thank you very much for the raid! I feel like I can't out-heal the amount that he's stabbing me for. Oh. Yeah. You loved her and you killed her. Oh, it's not coming down at all. Yikes. You out-heal the stab attack, but not the other big one? I feel like I didn't, like, heal at all. I feel like calm down's not working. It was a PS1 game from, like, 2000. Did you beat it? Do you like it? Came to see the end of Omori? Oh, good. Well, don't worry, we're at the end. You're about to get bored? But maybe you had to erase some memories too easy. Oh my god, I don't want that. I don't want to get bored at all. He he breathes in and then he just winces. And now he's like Loki dead. You should just die. Okay, well, that was not optimal. I don't know what to do for that last bit if you can't heal. Do you just have to... Do you just have to attack faster? Bro. You didn't walk in, you suck, you died. Oh no, you blorked. My freak bobs really aren't very nice, huh? You guys really earned your name, huh? God. Do you want to continue? I'm about to end stream. I'm about to press no out of spite. What the hell? The first one I played on my PS2 growing up. And played that on stream a little while ago. And now I'm on the second, which I never played before. Yo! Wait, that's really fun. Like revisiting stuff from when you were a kiddo. Chopped. Blorgle too close to the
Time to
sun.
planche.
It hasn't been 15 minutes yet. Wait, no, Freak Bobs support you? Is that like wait, no, comma, Freak Bobs support you? Or is it like wait, comma, no Freak Bobs support you? Because it's feeling a little bit like the second one. Can I be honest here? I'm gonna drink some lemonade. Time to eat, Grandma. Yo! Maybe later. Whoa. Play. Is it where I left off? What is going on? It wasn't like that before. Blorgle is aura farming? Are we just playing the violin instead of fighting? I think that's optimal. You can do it! Go beat yourself up! Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is this? Hello? What happened to Omori? Hello? 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 I wasn't... I wasn't, like, mentally prepared for that. Oh. They're like a family. They're like a family all on their own. Oh. Wait, was that all the flowers that reminded Basil of his friends? Oh. Oh. Ouch. Ouch! He's all alone. Stop! Yo! Man! Okay. Okay, that's so awesome. did Steven Universe hug. Oh, okay. Okay, that's so cool. My plancha alarm is going off. What the hell? I didn't like that very much. Yippee. He's one now. Oh, he lived? He lived? It's okay? Oh, it's okay. What about Basil? Is he okay too? All the friends are here. Yo. What points shall I be sending me? It was so emotional. And then I hear like bada, 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 bada. That was interesting. Flowers from Sean and Karen. Wishing you well, Blurkle. We're all finished moving into our new home, so please come visit sometime. I don't even know who those people are. Is that the housewarming people? He has an eye patch, isn't that sick? That is kinda sick. It's almost okay? Surely it's okay. These flowers are from the townsfolk people you helped out during daytime sequences? How are you going to plant in this state? Yo, I don't know. I don't know. With tears, I guess. Flowers from Brent's family. Hey, Blurgle, hope you're feeling stronger every day. Wait, so is this not... Is this not from Friends? Your big help to Brent over the summer. He's been doing excellent in school. Get will give him Vance, Kim, Charlie, Angel, and the Maverick. Oh. Get well soon, Blurgle. Be waiting for a rematch. It looks like I'm missing some. There's some random blank spaces. Flowers from Charlene's family. Dear Blurgle, thank you for your help during the summer. Warmest wishes for a speedy recovery. You could fill this whole room with flowers if you 100%ed it. Ah, hell nah. I feel like I did a lot of the stuff. Everything that I can think of. In the real world. I know I missed stuff in the dream area. Shout out to all the free bumps that recommended her this game. So true. So many people recommended it. And you were right. I really like it. I really like this one. Flowers from Kel and Hero's family and Aubrey. Sending a little get well sunshine your way. We miss you, Blurkle. Flowers from Shopkeep. Yo, Blurkle. Just sending healthy vibes your way. You're always welcome at Hobbies. Flowers from Joy's family. Please get well soon. Thank you for
Quick play
tuning
the whole
Joy.
thing
Oh, wait,
over
that's
again,
one.
honka honka.
Girl, I'll play it. I'll play it again. But I'm gonna let it simmer. I'm gonna let it simmer for a little bit, you know. One-eyed planch. It's going to be tough, yo. Oh, so cute. It's a lot of stuff. It's hard to get everything blind. You did solid though. Thank you. I I did try my best. Well, okay. There's one part in like there's one part in the dream world. I don't remember what it's called. Nothing but static. Where I was just like, you know what? I've been doing side quests for way too long. I'm just gonna give up. Like the ghost party, I did not invite all the ghosts to. And the person who wanted literature, I don't even know who that was. I did not ever give them good literature. Mm, I can't think of anything else. I did a lot though. I hope you get omori reels because some of them are so funny. Really? You should send me omori reels. That sounds so nice. It's really on the second playthrough. Chili. Oh, wait, are they not here? It's okay you have a fedora. That's true. If nothing else, I do have a fedora. Oh, can't leave. Hello? Door is locked. Where are my parents? Headspace quests only give items? Wait, that's what it's called. It's headspace. Oh. I don't know what I missed on this one, though. I think there's a lady who wanted a lamp that I maybe missed out on. Uh? Hello? Are you alive? Oh? Not dead? In the hospital, that's good. Maybe. I open Amazon drone flies through the window. Ah, thank you, Zora. I have to tell you something. This is karaoke? Why is this karaoke? Oh. Is Basil okay? Sing girl? I don't know. I don't know this one. Sing along. Um I I I don't know what it's supposed to sound like. Sing better. Where's my Edward Cullen PNG at? Babe, this is so cute. Is Basil okay? Sadly, Basil seems okay. What do you mean sadly? Follow the melody of the song? Bro, I'm not gonna do first time karaoke live on stream. That's crazy. To a song I don't know? Blah, 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 blah. Was that good? Unfortunately, she should have slept again. Bro. Freak Bobs. Bro. Wow, I would have never known that I missed so much if I was not streaming this game. Like, if I was just playing this game by myself and I went back to sleep, I would have been like, man, that's crazy. What an unsatisfying ending. That was so good. That was really good, huh? Yeah. What can I say? I'm a professional. That's so fun. That was sweet. Thank you. Special thanks you. Sheesh. You shouldn't have. Thank you. One more day reached a good ending. That was a good ending. I'm really glad that everyone is okay. Oh, and Blurg will share this truth. Oh, oh, that's crazy. The last time, the last time they saw each other, we were literally like fighting to the death. Oh, my pinwheel. Oh, dang. Secret ending? You watered the flowers? Is that's not an ending that you get all the time? Thanks for playing. Oh, what a sad game. What the hell? They only get peace and smile at each other if you watered Basil's flowers? Really? Really? Oh, dang. You're so good at this game. Thank you. Thank you. I am pretty good at this game, huh? Yeah, I watered those flowers. Oof. Oh, oh, it's different. Yo. It ended so happy it did. What a beautiful game. I gotta I gotta think about this for a long time, I think. I don't think I can consume any media for quite some time. I think I just need to think about this. Thanks for replaying just for me. I'm so glad I did. That was a lot better, huh? You did so good. Thank you. You are pretty. Pretty funny. Sigh. We see another ending really fast. Only if it is less than 5 minutes long. It's kind of hungry in here. Where my hungry bobs at? Omori found point nine win. What? Wait, just like explaining the lore of Omori? That would be so awesome. Pretty booty. Okay, well, thank you. Yippee, you cleared away. I did. I did. I think you have a 5 minute ending. All right, well, you have to tell me how to do it, like right now. Wouldn't that be so cool? That would be so cool. I feel like there's a lot of symbolism and lore and stuff in this game. I would like to learn. Amori X Fortnite win? Which character do you want to play in Fortnite? You say before sleeping. Go home instead? You go back to the backstages faster? This one? You say before sleeping. These are the only ones I have. I imagine you mean this one. No matter how far you push your feelings down, they'll always come back somehow. And what you do with those feelings, that will be your truth. Hey, Blurkle, break a leg for me, alright? Oh, I did not hear her say that last time. Blurkle is my Fortnite mate. Sheesh. You stab people with knives. Okay, what am I doing here? Hatsune Blorgleku? Okay. Hatsune Blorgleku Bob. Bob Jewel emoji. Thank you. Fight Amori but lose right at the beginning? Okay. Okay. I can't mash A through this, I don't think. Hello? I don't think losing at the start triggers it. It does, I know it does. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I'm a little confused on how I lost, and then it was like, do you want to play again? Or like, do you want to try again? And then I was like, yeah, let me try again. And then I just started playing the ending. Did I click on something wrong, or is there just no way to win? I don't know where I am. Time to planch. On my planch alarm... Oh, it goes off in 30 seconds. It's almost time to planch. The fight is basically infinite, but you need to trigger Omori survive a couple times. Oh. So you'd like die no matter what? I mean, I don't really want to hear this again, actually. Oh my god, it's time to planch. Wow. Go through phase 5 or 6, you can die and say yes. But now you want to die and say no. Okay. We should planch this song tonight. I don't know if I've got it in me. Also, that was like 30 seconds tops. Sorry, I pressed Windows key. Zim about launch pop. Oh, that's so awesome. If you rage quit when you said you were gonna say no, it would have bad ended you? Bad ending meaning like the first ending I got? Where Basil just dies? Really? So are you planching with us? You know I am. Zora is planching. Mick supposedly is planching. Well, she said she would planch. I don't know if it's real or not. But a few people said they were. Okay, so we just dying. This is a die situation. And now the hardest thing to do, die. Okay, I'll try my best. One of your cinnamon stick redemption should be you have to plant right then and there. For how long? Plant or you hate me. Bro. That's... Guys. It's one thing to do, like, push-ups or jumping jacks. Like, on stream. Like, I've seen streamers do that. But, like, planking is kind of... rough. Like, I have to get on the floor. I have to go get my yoga mat and then roll it out and then get on the floor. And that just feels kind of strange. Good job. Thank you. Alright, we're selecting no. Notice how you haven't planched yet. I'll planch. I'll planch so soon. I'll planch so soon. Wait, this isn't a bad ending. This is the Steven Universe hug. Wait, maybe it's bad. Maybe it's bad. He looks disgruntled. Oh. Planch in the next 10 seconds or you really hate me. Can I please end stream? I'm not gonna go get my yoga mat out for this. You're gonna just have to be self-actualized or something. Welcome to White Space. What? You've been living here for as long as you can remember? What? Are we stuck in a coma? Stuck in our head? OMG, White Space, yippee! Is this a yippee moment? Why do I have 9+ Discord notifs? Huh? Oh, at least Mellow's here. Is this really just the same White Space, but with no light bulb? Hello? A white door casts a faint shadow. Let's open. Let's play back from the top. Um, oh, um, perceiving, observing. Is this actually just doing it over again? I was told this was a 5-minute situation. Oh, wait, they didn't even say anything. Wait, does the egg still push? Oh my god. Swag. Oh, but the watermelon's broken. Like, we've already been here before. 24 hours featuring dad photo today. My dad? My dad? Or, like, just general dad? Oh. We have eye patch? Egg pilled. I don't even like eggs all that much. Is this the balcony of a hospital? It's a long way down. Do you wanna jump? Oh. Oh. Not really. Huh? That's the ending? Close your eyes. Why are you typing like that? You'll be here soon? You're stressing me out a little bit, actually. Jump, jump, jump. Okay. If Rose says to jump. Dad, Dad, D, Bob. Letters that are not in English. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, this is for you, Rose. We're jumping.
Close
Ugh!
your eyes, you'll be here soon.
Whoa. Who is singing right now? Wait. The spinning upside down? That's him jumping off a building? Doesn't that happen when he... This reminds me of an anime, but I don't remember which one it is. A silent voice, maybe? British jump scare 0 out of 10 ending. I don't know, I kind of like it. This is a great song. I was so obsessed with this song. I wasn't expecting there to be singing. Oh. Shit! Wait, that was kind of awesome. I like that part. It's JJK? Oh, I have not seen JJK. She does try to jump in a silent voice, that is true. I thought she did jump. Sorry, maybe that's spoilers. I thought somebody jumped. Like, somebody tried to jump and then somebody else jumped instead. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. This could be our pledge song for real. I would pledge to this, maybe. I think he falls catching her? Oh. Wait, nobody jumps? I thought she got bullied and she jumped. Is that not real? Oh. I've been getting so many achievements. Check this shit out. Oh, I don't even have half of them. It's also cropped in a way that you can't see the whole thing. But look. Look at all these achievements. Sheesh. Glorble is glorbling, planch in the sky. He's not here. What the hell? She jumps here. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I don't think I have a disappointed sticker. She jumps, he pulls her and falls instead. He's disappointed nobody jumped. I'm not disappointed. I'm not disappointed. That's how I remembered it. And, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Laughing, sorry I pulled out all the stops. Please don't encourage him. You're making it worse, I think. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. It was so awesome. I really genuinely liked that game so incredibly much. Maybe the best game I've ever played, but also, recency bias. I'm really hungry though. I'm really hungry though. I'm gonna go plank, and you all are gonna go plank, and then I'm gonna eat, and then I don't know what you guys are gonna do after that, but you're definitely gonna plank, okay? And we're all planking to whatever that song was called. Um, if you're still in a Twitch watching mood, I'm gonna raid my bestie Mix Salsa. She's playing the altars. It looks pretty awesome. Best game ever. Yeah. Will you look at my fan art now? Oh my god, sorry. I'll look at the fan art. Hold on. Hold on. The raid hasn't gone off yet. Hold on. Looking. Is it the DM you sent me or is it screenshots and quotes? Oh, omori spoilers, but if you know, you know. Is this your fan art? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That was so awesome. Is that light mode Discord? Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I'm raiding. Goodbye. Goodbye everyone. I hope you have such a good day. I won't be live tomorrow. I'm taking a break tomorrow, but I will be live again on Thursday. So I'll see you then. Goodbye. Goodbye.